Strangers in a dark room, laughing at jokes they didn't quite hear. Frosted window panes and cheap champagne, a face appears. And anything could happen in these cathedrals we roll, where shadow people dance and trade their glance and walk home alone. Staring out the window of the Roosevelt Hotel, watching Midtown empty out and a kiss of farewell. They say we come from nothing and to nothing we'll return, and in between is gravity and bridges left to burn. setting sun? Is a smoking gun? Is a four-letter word? I hope it hurts. Love is a fatal flaw. Is a broken jaw? Is a burning bridge? Move your hips. Was a king-size bed, was an escape plan, was an open hand. Now it's a dog from hell, it's a dream you sell, it's an epitaph, it's a photograph.
Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Tuesday. We are back, and we got some learning to do. We got some lore. We got some good fucking lore we got to go through tonight. This is one of my favorite, and when I say favorite, I mean fucking favorite. This is one of my favorite pieces of 40K lore. I love these guys. These guys are amazing. The DEATHWATCH. Spending pretty much asleep? Nice. Now, for those who don't know, the DEATHWATCH basically are fucking insane. That's the nicest way, I guess you could say. That's the nicest way to put it. The DEATHWATCH are absolutely batshit nuts. We're gonna go through their history, but essentially, the DEATHWATCH are a group of Space Marines. Sorry, my brain is oof. The DEATHWATCH are a group of Space Marines from all different chapters. And these chapters come together and they create what is called the DEATHWATCH. And the DEATHWATCH has one job: kill any and every single Xenos in the galaxy with extreme prejudice. Bloop, what's going on? How you doing, buddy? That is the DEATHWATCH's job. That's it. There is nothing else. You kill them with extreme prejudice by any means necessary. Doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter how you do it, so long as you do it. And that's it. That's all. Now, there's a couple of things that you'll notice. First off, one, these guys are not wearing chapter colors on their left pauldron. There's a reason for that. We'll get into it. Second, most of the stuff you're going to see when it comes to DEATHWATCH, when it has any sort of power, whether it be plasma, whether it be like a power sword or whatever, is not blue, it's green. There's a reason for that too. We will get into it. We will absolutely get into it. They are headed... We'll get into their structure, but essentially what it is they are comprised of what are known as kill teams. Those kill teams are usually about 5 Marines. And that's it. That's typically a kill team. And they go into some of the most heavily fortified and dangerous areas in the galaxy, and some of the most dangerous alien outposts and bases and ships and space stations or planets that are infested with Xenos or whatever, and their job is to kill them all. If you had a chart, okay? If you had a chart, basically the way that it would work is you've got Space Marines first, okay? Space Marines are super soldiers, okay? DEATHWATCH and the Grey Knights are on the same step. They are above Space Marines, but they are still in between the Adeptus. They are still below the Adeptus Custodes. So they're in between the Custodes and the Space Marines. The difference is that DEATHWATCH takes care of aliens, Grey Knights takes care of heretics. That's basically it. One relies on exotic weaponry and advanced tactics, things like that, which is the DEATHWATCH. The other one relies a lot on psychers, which is what the Grey Knights do. But generally speaking, they are on the same tier. If you took DEATHWATCH, you put them up against Grey Knights, it'd be one hell of a fucking battle. Hopefully one no one would ever have to see, because you'd probably tear a planet in half. They'd probably tear a planet in half just having the fight. They are stronger than Space Marines, and there's a very good reason why they're stronger than Space Marines, and it's not because of anything that they're implanted with either. which is another thing that differentiates them from the Grey Watch. But before we get into all this, we are going to read some fucking history on them. They are a unique and specially trained Space Marine chapter that dedicates its every hour to Xenos hunting. Known as the Shield That Slays, they are the chamber militant of the Ordo Xenos, charged with protecting it in its search of information containment and ultimate destruction of all Xenos species. Consisting of battle brothers drawn from many chapters, the Deathwatch operates from watch fortresses and watch stations across the whole of the Imperium. Watch fortresses and watch stations, there really is no picture, but basically think of it as giant space stations and giant regular Space Marine fortresses that are generally all black. They're basically SAS or Delta on steroids and no Geneva Convention. Yeah. Now, this is where things really start to get interesting right from the get-go. Rather than following the standard Codex Astartes organization, the Space Marines themselves are drawn from many different chapters. These chapters have sworn sacred oaths to raise a unit of Space Marines specifically for this task. The warriors are then gathered together to fight where and when they are needed. Giant fortresses orbit desolate worlds at the edge of the galaxy, keeping constant vigil over possible Xenos forces. There are also several secret bases spread throughout the Imperium, which provide a launch site for their crusades. The warriors who fight are given the honor of painting their armor black to show their service to the Emperor, while leaving one shoulder pad with the original insignia of the chapter which the Marine came. Although the armor is painted black, it is never all painted black, with this as this action would dishonor the armor's machine spirit. For those who don't know, there is such a thing that is called a machine spirit. Essentially, and you have to remember, essentially what this is, what Warhammer 40k is it is the futuristic Dark Ages. Okay? So, do Space Marines know exactly how their guns work? No. They might generally kind of know how their guns work, but for the most part, they just know that they work. Right? The Mechanicum, or the Mechanicus, however you want to do it, right? They believe that everything, power armor, guns, swords, ships, bases, computers, auspex, even a fucking radio, all has this intangible god in it called the Omnissiah, or the Machine Spirit. So, quite literally, if you pray hard enough, your weapon might work. That's essentially what the Mechanicus believes. So when they say it would dishonor the armor's machine spirit, they're quite literally talking about the unseen god that the Mechanicum believes in, and nobody wants to piss him off. Don't forget to also rub it nicely with pungent oils. This is very true. Actually, that's a funny thing. That's exactly what they do. The Mechanicum will literally go so far as to make sure that the thing has oils rubbed into it, has incense burned around it, has prayers said to it, and so on. For instance, to give you an idea as to how technologically backwards 40k is, okay? There are a series of walkers that basically are like 40k ATSTs, okay? There has only ever been one man in the entire Mechanicum that knew how they worked. Well, he's dead. And he never told anybody. So what they do is they leave the walkers on, and quite literally these walkers, and there's only like maybe 12 of them in the entire Imperium, but when they're needed, what they do is they go out into a pasture, because they just leave these walkers on, and they literally just walk around in a fucking circle in a pasture, and they go out and they actually have to wrangle the walkers and then pray a shit ton to apologize for disturbing it so that somebody can actually get onto one of these walkers and actually use the damn thing. Because they have no idea how they work, and if they turn them off, they don't know how to turn them back on. Everything is STC. Sure, we can build it. How? No clue. Push the buttons, get a tank. Don't actually open the engine and look, though. That's heresy. Yeah, exactly. It'd be like lifting God's skirt. That's pretty much what they believe, right? Push the button, you get a tank. How does a tank work? It works. Okay, well, tell me how it works. We can't. Why? Because that would mean that somebody looked under God's skirt. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, if we open it up, essentially, we would be seeing God's private parts. And nobody wants to see God's dick. That's heresy. That's essentially what's going on. That is essentially what's going on. So, again, that's the machine spirit. They're also equipped with a new shoulder pad with the symbol of DEATHWATCH on their other side. Once in its employ of the DEATHWATCH, there is no set length of time for service. Rather, it is as long as the commander deems necessary. It was a bit Minklesque where the Chimera broke down Lesk, and to tinker with the engine and the crew, and her were deeply uncomfortable, and mostly she just poked it until it worked. Yep. Each Space Marine may serve a discrete amount of time, or for the duration of a mission, which may be a number of years. Once the mission is complete, the Space Marine is allowed to return to his chapter under an oath of silence, as their duty has been fulfilled. How long a Space Marine is part of the DEATHWATCH varies greatly. It can last a single mission, decades, or even centuries. His length of service depends on a number of factors, not least of which are immediate needs of his watch fortress. There is also a thing... There is also a thing in the DEATHWATCH known as the Black Shields. The Black Shields are members, loyalist members of Astartes, who, for one reason or another, have disavowed their chapter. Whether that's because they have no chapter because, let's say, the chapter was destroyed, or something more sinister, such as the chapter itself turned rogue and is part of the traitor legions, something along those lines. It doesn't really matter, but they are considered Black Shields. Now, the reason I bring this up is because the way that it works for Black Shields are a little bit different. Black Shields paint both their pauldrons black to show that they have no legion, no chapter. It doesn't matter where they come from, they are a Space Marine. But the difference is that they have one chance to redeem themselves and show that they have honor, even though they have no chapter. And what they do is they go to the DEATHWATCH commander, and they speak to the DEATHWATCH commander, and the DEATHWATCH commander will welcome any and all Black Shields. But the Black Shields are forever in the DEATHWATCH. They cannot leave. If they try to leave, or if they, if they go AWOL, they will be killed, and they will be deemed traitors of the Imperium. That's just as it is. Black Shields can never leave, and it is their only chance at redemption. And when they speak to the DEATHWATCH commander, only the DEATHWATCH commander will ever know their true origin and will never speak a word to anyone about it. So if a black shield is in the Death Watch, hey, what do I call you? It could be as simple as, you call me Jerry. And that's it. And nobody asks Jerry where he's from. Nobody asks Jerry what his former legion or chapter are. He is a black shield. His name is Jerry. That's all the fuck you need to know. And anybody asking about a black shield's past can also be executed. Nobody cares either because Jerry can tear an orc's spine out with one hand. This is true. Now, in terms of tearing orc spines out and things like that, there is something else that we need to know. Actually, a couple of things. When it comes to recruiting, Deathwatch only takes the best. So, for instance, let's say the Imperial Fists, just as an example. Let's say a group of Imperial Fists go up against some really fucking powerful aliens, right? Powerful aliens that not only can tear a Space Marine in half very, very quickly, but are also incredible psychers, all right, in their own rights. The Space Marine who ends up killing one of the aliens that is the greatest threat and is a psyker is the one that can be deemed worthy of joining the Death Watch. And the way that it works is the chapter master, the chaplain, and the librarian all have to agree that this person is a great candidate for the Death Watch. So essentially, they have to really, really hate Xenos and really, really love killing them. And it's basically prison rules. Find the biggest, baddest motherfucker in the yard and kill him. That's how it works. And then the chapter master, the librarian, and the chaplain all have to agree that Bob can be looked at by the Death Watch for recruitment. So then they send a letter out to the Death Watch. And the Death Watch goes, okay, we'll take a look. And then the Death Watch watches him. He doesn't know it, but they watch him. And then they make their decision. Let's say they decide, yes, they show up, they land at their at the Fortress World, or whatever chapter it is. They go to Bob and say, Bob, you have been chosen for the Death Watch. Now, Bob has a choice. Bob can either join the Death Watch, or because he'd be showing great dishonor to his chapter, Bob can kill himself. That's pretty much how it goes. So Bob joins the Death Watch. Let's just skip the bullshit, right? Bob joins the Death Watch. We know Bob joins the Death Watch. Okay? Bob is put together with a kill team. Again, kill team is a very small group of people, and they train. They train together. And they work together, and they eat, sleep, shit, fight, train, watch, whatever, together. Also, the decision we face when we wake up for work. True. So this is Bob. Bob is now part of the Death Watch, right? Cool. Bob gets trained on various new and exotic weapons. Problem is that if Bob ever talks about those exotic weapons outside of the Death Watch, Bob will be killed. So he is sworn to secrecy for any and all exotic weapons that he is trained to use. And let's say a couple of centuries go by, Bob isn't needed anymore. Bob has another choice to make. Bob can stay with the Death Watch if he prefers, because some people do. or Bob can go back to his chapter. If Bob decides to go back to his original chapter, that's fine, but Bob always wears the Deathwatch pauldron in honor of showing that he served in the Deathwatch, and he is sworn to secrecy, so that anything he's done, anything he's heard, everything he's trained with, every mission he was on, anything, he cannot talk about or he is killed. Spoiled. What time is it? 7:41. I'm not wrong. It's 7:41. Oh, God. Thank you, Spoiled. Toothless dance party. I got it. That's fair. So, that's how it works. Right? The Orders of the Death Watch are not merely the cleansing of Xenos cultures. They also include recovery and study of alien devices and artifacts. Sometimes it is necessary to use a weapon against the enemy who created it, although it is not taken lightly. The Death Watch are constantly vigilant for sabotage, or to advise if it is truly safe to use a weapon of Xenos origin. The Mechanicus are always on the lookout for alien tech. The Catan phase sword, used by the Calidus assassin, was recovered from a Necron tomb world and successfully integrated into the arsenal of the Imperium. Why is this important? Let me show you a fucking picture if I can find one. I know I have it. Here we go. You see this weapon? You see this sword? See how it's glowing green instead of blue? That's because it is rumored, although never confirmed, it is rumored that the sword is of Necron origin. And they are rarely seen outside of the Death Watch. And if there is a person in the Death Watch, or I should say if there is a person formerly of the Death Watch who is found to come into contact with them, even when they are back with their chapter, they immediately contact the Death Watch. The Death Watch come, they take the shit, and then, depending on exactly how it was found, or if he decided, let's say Bob decided to use it without prior authorization from the Death Watch, even though he's not part of the Death Watch anymore, the Death Watch would come, take the sword, and kill Bob. So quite literally, it's don't touch the weaponry, but there is this new weapon. Bob contacts Death Watch comes, takes the weapon, and that's it. And then nobody knows what happens to it. That's how it works. Now, apparently, what the Mechanicus does is they take the weapon, the original weapon, they study it as much as they can, and then they come up with their own version of it, right? They don't know how it works. They literally just go, okay, this piece looks like a thing that works, and if it doesn't, they replicate it, or they go, well, we need more to make it work, so then they go out and they kill more whatever alien it is, and then they get more of whatever that part is so that they can fucking put it all together and pray that the damn thing works. Literally pray, and then when it does, hooray. If it doesn't, oh shit. And there's another person in the Mechanicus that's executed because they looked up God's skirt. Quite literally. Usually, a Death Watch team is led by an Inquisitor, but in extreme circumstances, a Death Watch captain or librarian may take command of the unit. Their word is law and can requisition anything they desire to complete their objective. They are the best armed and trained units in the Imperium. They might be deployed in areas where conventional methods are insufficient, or if the troops available are not properly equipped or trained for the task. The presence of a Death Watch team is always welcomed, even though they are feared by all of those who know them. The other thing, too, we got to go back to this, not that picture, we got to go back to this picture, is we can see currently, okay, we've got, I believe this is salamanders, it's really tough to tell. You got Imperial Fists, you've got Ultramarines, you got Blood Angels, probably another Ultramarine or something like that, right? But there are certain chapters that are not in here. So, for instance, the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves will never be in a kill team together. And they will only be in a kill team together under extreme circumstances. But why is this? Well, generally speaking, the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves kind of hate each other. So let's say this is one of those rare occasions where, let's say this one is, actually, let's say the one on the left is a Dark Angel, and let's say the one in the center is a Space Wolf, right? They have to make sure that the Space Wolf and the Dark Angel get along because their Primarchs really don't like each other, and that trickles down. Shit rolls downhill, right? So they have to worry about infighting between certain chapters, which is why, generally speaking, you would not have something like Dark Angels and Space Wolves go together, although it can happen if a spot needs to be filled because somebody died. That's essentially what happens. But it is very rare. Okay, now, this is where things get a little interesting. The seeds of the Deathwatch were first sown during the War of the Beast, when a mighty war boss, known as the Beast, nearly destroyed the Imperium. For those who don't know, the War of the Beast was against the Orcs. Now, the one that they called the Beast, it is assumed that it is an ancient orc called a Gork. Something like that. But it's literally take the Giga Chad meme and make him green and about 30 feet tall. That's what we're talking about. Okay? The War of the Beast was after the Horus Heresy, after everything kind of went to shit, and some of the Primarchs are already dead, right? And let's just say that there are some that are missing. Well, during the War of the Beast, it was found by a chapter master. Excuse me. It was actually the chapter master of the Imperial Fists, Kurland, or Corland. That the Primarch Vulcan was still alive. Now, those of you who don't know, Vulcan is my boy. This is Vulcan. He is the Primarch of the Salamanders. Why is Vulcan important in this story when it comes to the Deathwatch? Well, it's important because there had always been, especially after rumors circulating that there had been something similar to the Deathwatch previously, it had been circulating for a while that Vulcan was missing, and while people were debating on whether a Deathwatch should actually be created, it was found that during the War of the Beast, Vulcan was back. And not only was Vulcan back, Vulcan was killing millions of orcs during this War for the Beast, single-handedly. And they're like, you know what? Vulcan would be fucking awesome to bring into the Deathwatch. We gotta go get him. Like, not only is he a Primarch, not only is he a Perpetual, which is quite literally immortal, he can die, and it doesn't matter how he dies, he's just put on a reset timer. He always comes back. He cannot actually die, right? Not only is he the biggest, not only is he the strongest, But he's also a really, really, really nice guy. He's essentially a space samurai, and this motherfucker can kill literally anything and everything. So Kurland grabs as many Imperial Navy ships as he can, as many different Space Marine chapters as he can, as many Imperial Guard as he can, and they head over to the planet, and they land, and they find, here's Vulcan, and Vulcan is just smashing hundreds of orcs at a time with one swing of his hammer. And it gets to the point where Kurland and all these different Space Marines and the Imperial Guard and the Navy and everything that went looking for him, they join in on the War of the Beast. And it gets to a point where they're trying to help Vulcan, and Vulcan is trying to help keep the orcs away from the civilian population, which is one of the reasons why he's acting as such a big threat. He faces down the beast, and no bullshit, literally DDTs the beast into the head of a thermonuclear weapon, and the fucking bomb goes off. And that's the last time anybody saw Vulcan. So he's on his reset timer right now. That's essentially what Vulcan did. Vulcan picked up this 30-foot fucking tall dude, this 30-foot fucking tall giga chad of an orc, and literally gave him the stone cold stunner into the head, into the warhead of a thermonuclear weapon, and the fucking thing vaporized the both of them. So they went, okay, well, that might be problematic, especially when it comes to recruiting, so oops. But after the War of the Beast, Kurland and a bunch of the other High Lords of Terra came together, had a meeting. Some of them were against it, but were definitely more lenient, especially after the War of the Beast, and they said, okay, I guess we'll bite the bullet, right? Now again, Ordo Xenos, centuries ago, tried to do this. It didn't work. But after the War of the Beast, you had the same kind of meeting, and everybody went, okay, but here's the problem. You're creating a new chapter. Kurland, you can't do that. Kurland says, well, see, here's the thing. They need to be a chapter. They need to be their own chapter, right? We need these small kill teams. It needs to be of a chapter size, right? Cool. Except people didn't really like the idea of Kurland being the chapter master of both the Imperial Fists and the Deathwatch. Understandably, because that would be violating the Codex Astartes, and that would be bad, and that would be considered heresy. So then Kurland reaches out to Ordo Xenos and says, hey, listen, you guys need your own Space Marines. You got Inquisitors and shit, and that's fine, but let's be completely honest here. Your Inquisitors suck. Like, they're fine against other humans, but to be completely honest with you, you need your own team. What better team than the Deathwatch, which is comprised of the best that every chapter has to offer? And the Ordo Xenos went, you know, not a bad idea. So then they went to the council and they said, this is what we're going to do. They said, you know what? That's actually not a bad idea. And then there was a thing that was brought down. And this is where the Sisters of Silence come in. Because the Ordo Xenos has the Deathwatch. But the Deathwatch, generally speaking, with exceptions, do not have any permanent members. Now, there is an order for both Order Xenos, Order Hereticus, and the Ecclesiarchy that states that they shall have no man in a permanent military Astartes capacity. Okay, fine. So how does this work then? Well, the ecclesiarchy got around it because the Adeptus Sororitas is not an army of men. Pretty much. It's not an army of men. Never has been. It's been an army of women. So, because it's not an army of men, nobody gives a shit. It's a loophole. Essentially. That's what it is. When it comes to the Order Hereticus, excuse me. When it comes to the Ordo Hereticus, yeah, people don't typically even know that the Grey Knights exist. So if they don't know, then nobody has to be killed because they know. So yeah, they get around rules very, very, very easily, but there's a lot of loopholes and some shady shit going on there. However, okay. The Inquisitors would take together solemn oath and form a new chapter, one drawn entirely from battle brothers of existing chapters. The Alliance dubbed it the Deathwatch, for it would stand guard against the doom foretold by the Conclave. Fine. The Mantis Warriors were once second only to the Crimson Fists in the amount of recruits sent into service of the Deathwatch. However, after the Badab War, the chapter would not be requested to join the Deathwatch's ranks due to the Inquisition's view of the Mantis Warriors' heresy during that conflict. So, once the Deathwatch was actually finally agreed upon, the Mantis Warriors once were one of the biggest chapters that the Deathwatch would recruit from, but after the Badab War, and because of some really not so nice things that the Mantis Warriors did, they were not welcome to let anybody in from the Mantis Warriors anymore. This would last for nearly 100 years until Librarian Shaidan, Sergeant Sauron, and Brother Ruinus were seconded to Inquisitor Calypsia's Deathwatch kill team. However, the Mantis Warriors were not full-fledged members, merely filling in for the losses the kill team sustained in a Tyranid ambush on Herodian 4. In particular, the three members kept their chapter colors during this mission and wore no iconography of the Inquisition or the Deathwatch. So yeah, the Mantis Warriors are a bit savage. If I'm being honest, they're a wee bit savage. Here, let me do this. You can see these are the Mantis Warriors. Their colors are kind of drab, if I'm being honest, but yeah. Yeah. They oof. Didn't go well. Anyway, these are all their notable engagements. I'm not going to go through all of them because that's ridiculous. The Deathwatch has developed several distinct tactical deployments over its long history, developed over its wars against Xenos. These tactical methods are taught at every Watch Fortress and are used to determine the composition and armament of kill teams. Aquila tactics are generalist, versatile tactics. They are used when the exact nature of the enemy force is unknown, either because of a simple lack of opportunity to gather info or on an opponent, or because the Deathwatch are facing a newly discovered species or variety of Xenos. Okay, cool. Dominatus tactics are designed to directly combat the most elite warriors of a Xenos enemy, aiming to deny them a crucial resource. Führer tactics involve the delivery of explosive firepower across a wide frontage. By concentrating tightly packed hordes of their foes, corpses of the enemy slow the advance of those behind. They were developed by Squad Viridium during the War of the Beast to combat hordes of orcs, but have since been applied to anti-swarm tactics against many foes, most notably the Tyranids. Excuse me. Malleus tactics were first used by Captain Brontos on Rakhor 9 against the Tyranids. Malleus tactics involve using land raiders to claim larger enemies before using power weapons to engage them in close combat. Brigadist tactics were developed by the Librarian Librarian Del Athieu, and involve the application of utmost force on the leadership figures in alien hordes. And then Venator tactics were originally created by Yagan Khan to fight witch cults. Venator tactics involve using bikes and other fast units to engage in long-running battles, leading their fire, anchored by heavier units that hold at a particular location. The enemy is eventually struck by an encirclement maneuver that swings back to surround them. Think of it like you see the old cowboy and Indian movies, right? And the Indians circle the wagons on horseback. That's essentially what they're doing. Due to its vast mission, the Death Watch is scattered across the galaxy on watch fortresses and watch stations, the largest of which is Talassa Prime. Until the formation of the Great Rift, Talassa Prime was also the primary training station of the Death Watch, but the dangerous travel from Imperium Nihilus, which, when we looked yesterday, we were talking about the fall of Cadia. Great, except the top half of the galaxy is considered Imperium Nihilus, because most people can't even get there. It's literally nothing. There's nothing there anymore. People can't do anything. Nothing matters. So the dangerous travel from Imperium Nihilus has seen this disrupted. It is said that within Imperium Nihilus, such duties now fall to Fort Excalibrus and Prefects Venatoris. Each watch fortress is a sovereign domain standing sentinel over an area of the Imperium, each having its own number of watch stations. The structure of most watch fortresses are identical, with ultimate responsibilities falling to a watch commander who is supported by a strategic council of watch captains and lieutenants. Each fortress also has its own librarius, apothecarium, armory, and reclusium. The watch fortress commander is the highest level of command within the Death Watch. No single chapter master exists due to the vastness of their missions and deployments. However, initially during the War of the Beast, the Death Watch did have a chapter master. Each fortress typically has 5 watch companies, each of which is headed by a watch captain. Most watch companies are similar, that they're Codex Astartes equivalents, and usually comprise no more than 50 battle brothers. Each watch company is then further divided into kill teams, specialized combat units consisting of Marines from various chapters. The formations of these teams is extremely flexible and dependent upon their specific mission. No 2 kill teams are ever the same, with one comprising veterans wearing Terminator armor, while one may field bikers and jump packs equipped infantry. Death Watch is highly integrated with the Ordo Xenos of the Inquisition, acting as its chamber militant and frequently working alongside its Inquisitors. Then you have all the different ranks. Those are kind of unimportant. Who gives a shit, right? We're almost done, actually. There's not a whole lot left when it comes to the Death Watch. Unfortunately, but it's true. Death Watch members have access to a range of specialist equipment, such as Stalker bolt gun and variant bolter ammunition, such as Inferno bolts, cryo shells, Kraken penetrator rounds, Metal Storm frag shells, and Stalker silenced pistols. Their devastating array of weaponry includes carapace shredding shotgun shells, known as Xenos purges, and grenades containing chemically altered promethium. Ammunition canisters of phasic plasma and amplifiers that saturate grav fields with warped ions are among their most closely guarded secrets. Their molecular realignment fields of xenophase blades, in particular, arouse interest most radical Xenorite cults of the tech priests. Their technology is not only designed to kill, but also includes archaeotech to disrupt alien mechanisms such as orc engines and Eldar psychomaterials. So, yeah. The green shit, like I showed you earlier, yeah. Any and all difficulty that a regular Space Marine would have fighting an orc or Eldar, yeah, this literally just fucking tears right through literally anything. That's just how it works. The Death Watch is freed from the usual technological dogma that plagues the Imperium, and their arsenal also consists of vast amounts of Xenos tech. Their war gear is highly specialized and reflects the varied requirements of their mission and vast array of potential threats. Development of the weapons often includes apothecaries who specialize in analyzing maximum bio damage to enemy Xenos. Their equipment is produced by specifically vetted tech priests sworn to secrecy and regularly put under hypnotherapy to allow for maximum discretion. So even the tech priests who work on this new gear, every once in a while get fucking mind wiped. So even if they wanted to say something, they can't. Most widely used aircraft by Deathwatch is the chapter exclusive Corvus Black Star. And I do have a picture, 2 pictures actually, of the Black Star. Where is the other one? Maybe. Okay, I only have one. That's okay. This is the Corvus Black Star. So think of it almost looking like a stealth bomber, but they put cargo pods under the wings of it and then strap a fuck ton of missiles and really big guns to it. And then kill teams will jump out of these cargo pods right into the middle of the shit. That's a Corvus Black Star. And Corvus Black Star is a Deathwatch thing. That's it. The Ordo Xenos recruits decorated veterans of the Imperial Navy to pilot the Deathwatch's aircraft the Ordo possesses. This is due to the Ordo Xenos deeming the Deathwatch to be too important to be left in their artifacts' cockpits instead of carrying out the Ordos' mission. The Imperial Navy veterans are lured into serving the Ordo Xenos with the promise of piloting unparalleled aircraft, the use of technological resources, and attaining honor and glory. Those that accept the offer are then heavily modified and permanently fused into the aircraft so that they become the machine's living brains. The result is highly effective as the aircraft become the pilots' bodies and will respond to their thoughts, in much the same way as power armor responds to Space Marines. Some members of the Death Watch do not approve of this, however, as they feel humans piloting Space Marine aircraft is unheard of. But, again, Imperial Navy pilots literally become the Corvus Black Star. So they are essentially the brains. The Black Star itself is their body. That's it. You say yes, you become an airplane. That's how it works. The Deathwatch operates its own fleet, and most notable of these ships are kill ships, specialized bombardment craft to enact exterminatus upon worlds lost to the Imperium. Deathwatch often deploys from inquisitorial black ships for planetary strike operations. Does this have a picture? Yes. Basically, take what you would normally see as a ship, kill ship, battle barge, whatever the fuck you want to call it, paint the fucker all black. There you go. There's your black ship. Okay? But here's the cool thing. These ships can enact exterminatus. What is exterminatus, you ask? Exterminatus is quite literally the destruction of an entire planet. So let's say, for the sake of argument, just for the sake of argument, Deathwatch go down and they find out this entire planet is infested with orcs. We've been here for fucking 80 years and shit ain't getting any better. This planet is fucked. You know what they do? They take off and quite literally nuke the entire fucking planet from orbit until the planet cracks and then explodes. The kill ships can do this, but here's the really cool part about their kill ships. They are not piloted by anyone. They are literally drone ships. So, they're given parameters. The ships themselves are given parameters on where they need to go, how long they stay in orbit, and given special instructions. For instance, if all of the Deathwatch members are killed, Exterminatus is exacted on the planet, and then the ship returns to the Deathwatch. If the mission takes too long, then somebody from the Deathwatch better fucking check in with the drone ship. Otherwise, it's Exterminatus, and the ship returns to the Deathwatch. Literally just that simple. They are drone ships. They are piloted by nobody. They have all of their orders put into them, and then the kill teams just get on the fucking ships and go. And that's it. That's how it works. That's pretty much it. These are contributing chapters. The Oathsworn Tithe. Now, these are the original chapters. There are tons more out there. But these are the original chapters. So you had Blood Angels, Crimson Fists, Raven Guard, Howling Griffins, Salamanders, Flesh Terrors, Space Wolves, Silver Skulls, Imperial Fists, Ultramarines, the Mentors, Dark Angels, Brazen Claws, Minotaurs, Nova Marines, White Scars, Knights of the Raven, Iron Hands, Mortifactors, and Black Templars. There are thousands more chapters that they can pick from. Obviously, there are some special rules when it comes to some, like obviously Space Wolves and Dark Angels, they don't really get together, so they kind of have to put them in different squads most of the time. Another big thing is the Salamanders, unfortunately. The Salamanders, sadly, unless it is absolutely necessary, are not typically called. Salamanders are very, very rare to see in the Deathwatch. The reason why is because during the days of the Horus Heresy, the Salamanders is one of the few remaining loyalist chapters that was so heavily devastated as a legion before the Codex Astartes that it would be deemed unfair in most cases to take a salamander away from its own chapter, because there just aren't a whole lot of them. Right? So, for instance, we haven't talked about the Horus Heresy, and that would be like a fucking 2.5 hour, if not like 6 hour thing. Okay? So I'm not going to get into the whole thing. But essentially, for those who don't know, the Horus Heresy is quite literally when Horus, the favored son... No, we've only been going for an hour. The favored son of the Emperor conned a bunch of his Primarch brothers into going against the Imperium and the Emperor and siding with Chaos. There was a planet, and you had essentially... I can't remember the name of the planet. I think it was Istvan, wasn't it? I believe it was Istvan, but I gotta make sure. Istvan 3, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, the Atrocity. Here we go. Horus is the rightful master of mankind. He is the one who has led us to triumphs undreamed of. He is the one who has conquered 10,000 worlds. He will lead us in conquest of 10,000 more. Cast down the false emperor. Hail the war master. I was from a traitor legionary who's probably dead. Unknown to the Emperor, the Word Bearers Legion had been devoted to the Chaos Undivided for some time before this event. The Imperial Planetary Governor of Istvan III had been corrupted by the Chaos God Slanesh. By the way, hang on. Slanesh. I mean, come on. We all know Slanesh. He, she, they are hot. Let's just get it over with. Rule 34. What the fuck? Okay. Here, look. Slanesh. How can you not like Slanesh? Hey, Pixel Pixie, how you doing? Here we go. The god S, yeah, pretty much, of big titties, torture, and noise. Whose cultists had been long active on the world. True. Prahl had declared his independence from the Imperium and practiced forbidden sorcery, but the Council of Terra charged Horus with the retaking of that world, primarily its capital, the Coral City. Does this slightly borrow from D&D? There are probably quite a few things that they actually borrow, but they may change things here and there. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This order merely furthered Horus's plan to overthrow the Emperor, although the 4 legions under his direct command, the Sons of Horus, World Eaters, Death Guard, and the Emperor's Children, had already turned traitor and now pledged themselves to chaos. There were some still loyalist elements within each of these legions that approximated 1/3 of each force. Many of these warriors were Terran-born space marines who had been directly recruited into the Astartes legions by the Emperor himself before being reunited with their Primarchs during the Great Crusade. Fine. Now, Istvan III. Istvan III is very, 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 very bad. Essentially, what ends up happening is Horus takes his traitor legions, which is half, roughly half. Not all of them were there. Some of them were off doing other traitor things. But he gets his half of his traitor legions, right? Goes to Istvan III. Now, the Emperor still thinks that all of the legions are loyal to him. He doesn't know. So, pretty much every single legion, for the most part, with the exception of a few, were there, both loyalist and traitor. The loyalist legions were sent down to the planet to take back the capital city. Once they all landed, Horus then sent the loyalist factions of his traitor legions, who were still loyal to the Emperor, down with them as well. And then 2 things happened very, very, very quickly. One, you had the outskirts that were virus bombed. And 2, you had the core, like, grouping of all the loyalist factions literally fucking nuked. Unfortunately, the Salamanders were one of the big ones that really got fucking annihilated. Which is why it is very rare to see Salamanders nowadays in the Deathwatch or in any other specialized capacity, unless it is within the Salamanders or unless it is an offshoot chapter of the Salamanders. They got hit so fucking hard. If I remember correctly, I believe the Salamanders had roughly about 100, it was like 80 to 100,000 when they were a legion. They had about 80 to 100,000 Space Marines. And now, nobody really knows. Nobody really has any fucking idea how many the Salamanders had before they had to switch over to a chapter. They knew that they had enough to do a chapter, but they had absolutely no idea how many more there were. Because, like, 90% of the Salamanders were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Which is bad. It's very, very, very bad. So yeah, very rare to see Salamanders. Also very rare to see Space Wolves and Dark Angels work together. There are a bunch of other exceptions and things like that. So for instance, the Blood Angels. The Blood Angels kind of have this deal with them. Well, 2 deals, actually. Okay. The Blood Angels are essentially space vampires. So they have this thing called the Black Rage and the Red Thirst. Their Primarch ended up getting killed during the Horus Heresy. Okay? His name was Sanguinius. And I'm gonna be completely honest. everybody was kind of gay for Sanguinius. Literally everybody. This is Sanguinius. Basically everybody was pretty gay for Sanguinius, okay? He was loved. Like, that's just pretty much how it is. It was kind of one of those, oh, yeah, I mean, I'm part of the Blood Angels, and this, and it's really, really cool, and, you know, oh, have you met our Primarch yet? No, I've never seen, and then, like, Sanguinius steps out, and literally they go, oh my god, he's hot. That was Sanguinius. Now, when Sanguinius was killed, I'm going to do this. Here. Death of Sanguinius. Perfect. No, I don't want that. Where's the... There it is. Perfect. Sanguinius was killed in front of the Golden Throne on Terra when Horus finally made it to the Emperor, right? This is Sanguinius. So basically, here's what the Black Rage is. Because of the gene seed degrading over time in the Blood Angels have this thing called the Black Rage. The Black Rage is basically once they get to a certain age, their mind starts to degrade a little bit, and all they see is Sanguinius like this and Horus like this. So if they're in the middle of a war and the Black Rage takes over, it's quite literally, you see that orc? That's Horus. Kill him. And they go nuts. You see that Eldar over there? That's Horus. Kill him. Right? And it can get so bad, unfortunately, where it could be, oh, it's time to eat. You see Bob over there, who just took your role? Bob is Horus. Fucking kill him. Or, as Bricky likes to put it, did your toast get a little extra burnt? A little bit too burnt? Yeah, Horus took over your toaster. Kill your fucking toaster. Like, that's how bad the Black Rage gets. Okay? But, sadly, they also have this thing called the Red Thirst. So once they start going into the Black Rage, they also are very, very susceptible to this thing called the Red Thirst, which is quite literally them drinking the blood of who the fuck ever. So it's not uncommon for Blood Angels of a certain age to start getting the Black Rage and then start drinking the blood of their enemies, or if there are no enemies, sometimes even their own battle brothers, which is a bad thing. So for instance, the Blood Angels, they kind of have to make sure that they're young enough and that they're not going to go into the Black Rage and, you know, all that shit. And all this stuff is taken care of by the Ordo Xenos. Nobody knows this secret outside of the Blood Angels and maybe one member of Ordo Xenos. That's pretty much how it works. Right? The Space Wolves have something very, very similar. Why? Because with their gene seed, some of them, well, all of them get fangs. Some of them turn into essentially werewolves. So they have to run all these tests and everything else to make sure that a Space Wolves initiate for the Deathwatch is not going to turn into a werewolf and start tearing people apart because somebody sneezed. No bullshit, that's how it works. Right? So there are exceptions, there are tests, and there are things that have to happen. But generally speaking, everybody is welcome in the Deathwatch, even chapters here that are not shown. Hey, Sophia, how you doing? But these are founding chapters. I really wish I could read this, but hundreds of chapters have taken the sacred oath to tithe their warriors to the Deathwatch in times of need, and only one of them has been found wanting. In honor, its honor forever tarnished among those that have played that have stayed true are those the DEATHWATCH has come to rely on. Several ancient and storied first founding chapters amongst them. So these are the first founding chapters, basically. How are you doing, Sophia? So yeah, that's essentially the DEATHWATCH. That's essentially the DEATHWATCH. So we learned a couple of things today. Okay, one, DEATHWATCH, you don't fuck with them. They're on the same level as the Grey Knights, which are amazing. They're basically super space marines. They have advanced tech that may or may not necessarily be heresy. You don't put space wolves with dark angels. Space wolves can turn into werewolves if people aren't careful. Blood angels are essentially space vampires, and almost everybody is gay for Sanguinius. Oh yeah, and Vulcan kicks a lot of ass, and he choke-slammed an orc into a thermonuclear warhead and exploded. I just had ice cream and I survived the storms last night, which the state fairgrounds did not, so everything awesome. Oh, well, I'm glad that you survived. So yeah, basically everyone's gay for Sanguinius. That's, if there's one, well, if there's two takeaways. Everyone's gay for Sanguinius, and, hang on. Yeah. Everyone's gay for Sanguinius. Everyone loves Vulcan. Those are your two big takeaways. Except, man, we couldn't go to the fair today because it had no power. Ooh, that's not fun. That's really not fun. Oh, also, Vulcan, really, really, really big. So earlier, when Sober said that Vulcan is a big boy, he wasn't kidding. If you take a Space Marine, Space Marines are roughly 7.5 to 8 feet tall. If a Space Marine is 7.5 to 8 feet tall, that means that an Adeptus Custodes is about 8 to 9.5 feet tall. If an Adeptus Custodes is 8.5 to 9 feet tall, that means that Vulcan is 10 to 12 feet tall. He's literally a big boy. Really, really, really big boy who cannot die, wields a giant fuck-off hammer that will literally squish all the things, and has ash-black skin with flaming red eyes, which is, because of the gene seed that he's got, literally a thing that all of his salamanders have. So yeah, everybody loves Vulcan. Everyone's gay for Sanguinius. That's pretty much how it goes. So question, Sober, and everybody else, what lore should we go for tomorrow? Before we get into more trucking, what lore do you guys want to see tomorrow? And thank you for the hydrate, Sophia. I really enjoy the Necrons, but I already suggested the DEATHWATCH. Well, I think right now you're like the only other person other than me that's here that's actually interested in any of this shit. So suggest away. Because I'm not going to lie. Spoiled is probably sitting there laughing her ass off going, bro, everybody's gay for this guy, right? And bro, everybody's gay for this guy. And you're all fucking 6 years old. And this is basically just one really big what if or and then story. And it's really dumb. Pretty and gay. I'm interested. I just don't know one lore from another when it comes to games. Nah, that's fair. Necrons offer interesting stuff like Trazyn the Collector and the Silent King. This is true. Still no chest hairs, Sag. You need to get some. You need to get some. You know what? Maybe, hang on. I can't believe I'm going to do this to myself. Maybe. Because there is a lot, right? Don't tempt me. I will come shave you with a dull razor. Oh, dear God. Maybe. Maybe here's what we do. Okay. Maybe we break down the Horus Heresy for the next few days, so that everybody's kind of on the same page as to where everything is. Because I think that might kind of be a really important piece of information, right? Like some really important information as to what the hell's going on. And then, once we have a baseline from where we can branch off from, forward or back, we can do the Necrons after the fact. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we cover the Horus Heresy first, because the Horus Heresy covers a lot of all the past stuff that brings us to this point anyway. And the founding of the legions, and the Primarchs, and the Gene Seed stuff, and the Horus Heresy itself, and Ulanor, and Isvan III, and where all the Primarchs went, and what they're currently doing, or if they're alive or dead, and so on, and all that stuff. Maybe that's what we should do. Also completed... completely unrelated, but I got a wicked cut on my arm from gashing it on a sticky out nail yesterday. Ouch. It's gonna scar one step closer to being a Space Marine. Nice. Hell yeah. So maybe that's what I should do. Maybe that's what we should do. Tomorrow we will start on the Horus Heresy, which, by the way, hang on, Horus Heresy audiobooks list. Watch, look at this, right? List of audiobooks. This is just for the Horus Heresy. Okay? There are currently a grand total of 64. Not all of them are here, but there are a grand total of actual directly related 64 Horus Heresy books from the Black Library. I believe I've got... I believe the last one I have is 41, which is Master of Mankind. So I'm a little behind. It's either 41 or 44, because I do kind of remember the Crimson King. So it might be 44. But there are 64, so I'm anywhere between, say, 20 to 23 books behind. So it's... yeah. It's a lot of books. There's a lot of shit that happens. A lot of shit. Hang on. This is what one of the Primarchs now looks like, by the way. This used to be a Primarch. Now, he is a Demon Prince. He is a Demon Prince for Slaanesh. I've read only maybe one of the Horus Heresy. Lots of Gaunts and other IG, though. Horus Heresy, honestly, I think has to be my favorite time, only because I think the issue with a lot of the post-heresy stuff is, here's a Space Marine chapter. They're kind of wandering around aimlessly until something happens. They pick it up. They go there. They do thing. It's this really big battle. Maybe you get some personal shit. And then that's pretty much the gist of it. Right? Whereas the Legions all had a purpose. All knew what to be doing. All had a patrol that they could do. All had various jobs that they could do in the Imperium. And so on. That's really cool. And there were a fuck ton of them. So if they ever needed to get together, there you go, right? Holy shit, Ultramarines assemble, here's 250,000 Space Marines that just fucking came out of nowhere. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But yeah, everybody's gay for Sanguinius. But again, yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll start planning everything tonight for talking about the Horus Heresy. And if I can figure it out, because it's been a minute. It has been a minute. I'm actually going to try and put a presentation together for the Horus Heresy, like an actual honest-to-God presentation. I don't know whether it's going to be a PowerPoint or what. PowerPoints are, yeah. They're kind of a pain in the dick hole. But, might be worth doing for the Horus Heresy, because there is a lot. There really is a lot. Everyone loves Angel Boy. I mean, come on. It's Angel Boy. You see what I'm saying? Like, everybody loves him. That's just how it be. That's just how it is. I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. Blood Angels are my chapter. Hey, there you go, right? Which means you got the hot Primarch, essentially. That's what that means. You got the hot Primarch. I got the big fuck off Primarch. Just that simple. So yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it on BRB really quick. And I'll let this music go for now. When I get back, we are going to switch over to do some trucking, which will be a lot of fun. Because I always have fun doing some trucking. But I'm going to go get myself some iced coffee. Because I heated up some coffee earlier. And then I went to go take a sip as the intro music was going. And then realized I didn't want hot coffee. And I'm very, very picky when it comes to coffee. So if I don't want it, if it's not what I'm looking for, I will, like, it's this really weird reaction where I'll almost, like, gag. But iced coffee sounds really, really, really good right now. Like, really, really good. So that's what I'm going to do. So give me a few minutes. I'm going to grab some iced coffee. I will come back, and then we will get into more trucking. So bear with me for a few. I will be back, and then we'll start doing that. Okay, I is back. I is back. Are we ready for some truckin'? Some more truckin'? Let me find some good DMCA-free synthwave for us. Thank you. Okay, let's try this one. All right. Sure, why not? Oops, turn this down a wee bit more. There we go. Gotta change the thing. Why is this thing being a cock? Hello? There we go. Much better. I'll hit this. Nice. Oh. Oh, yeah. Iced coffee really hit the spot tonight. Hot coffee just wasn't cutting it. Okay. So we've got nothing on. We're almost good on gas. Freight market, what do we got? Ooh, $46,000. Oh, dear God. Okay, going from Phoenix to Oakland. I mean, I'm pretty sure I got everything I need, right? Continue.
Ready to roll.
No. What? Here. Here. Set. Yeah, I know it is.
Let's go.
Okay. Almost a level 13, still as a driver for hire because Peterbilt have a higher sleeper, have a high sleeper at $4.99, and I want it as my first. That's fair. Take job. What the fuck? For a heavy haul. Yes, I know that. Take job. Okay. I'm really confused. What do I need? 4 axles? Is that what it is? I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm at 550 horses, 1,850 foot-pounds of torque, 18 gears.
What are we waiting for?
Yeah, see, I don't get that. I want this because that's heavy cargo. Right? Okay. See, I'm not seeing the problem. Hang on. Let me look it up. Fine to bully Americans till they go back to the U.S. from my country. I mean, to be fair, if they're being fucking annoying, yes. Hmm. People really getting heated in the president thing on social media. What, for New Zealand? Because if you're talking about the U.S., it's been that way for a long while. Well, I can't find anything. What the fuck? Very confused. Wait, can I? Oh shit, I can change the steering wheel? Oh fuck. This is cool as shit. I didn't know I could do that. And I can have suicide knobs? Excuse me? Holy shit nuts. That's badass. What's a suicide knob? I'll show you. These guys right here. So suicide knobs are quite literally really big. They look like doorknobs, and you put them on the wheel, and then that way, instead of like just hand over hand turning the wheel the entire time, you can just rest your palm on this and you can turn the wheel really, 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 really fast. Yeah. That's what a suicide knob is. That's cool as fuck. I did not realize they had suicide knobs. Sounds like cheating, so it's a good name for it. Well, they call it a suicide knob because it doesn't give you, like, it allows you to turn the wheel really, really, really fast with just the palm of your hand. But unfortunately, it doesn't do anything when you have to, like, control in an emergency. So, people used to put suicide knobs on their wheels, as for regular cars, right? But yeah, people found out really, really, really quick that it doesn't do any good if they're about to crash into something. Mongo coming in for 22 months.
Spinners. Well, spinners in general, but Walmart spinners.
Mongo, thank you for the 22 months. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, people found out, like, they used to be able to put suicide knobs on steering wheels in cars, but in most states, suicide knobs are banned, because, like, if you have to turn the wheel really, really, really quick to stop from running into a wall or something like that, you can't do it doing this with a suicide knob. And people would just drive around doing, specifically only using the suicide knob. Only good back in the day for the manual steering boxes. No need for them today anyway. That's true. That's true. Because you could go like this and shift at the same time, right? Which was fine. But you don't need them for an automatic. It's just a dumb thing to have now, which is why I'm doing it. Okay. Set. So, why can't I grab this? You're about to set for a heavy haul job. Review your current truck configuration to make sure it's up to the task. Yes, I know. But my heavy cargo is almost maxed. I don't get it. Given your expected typical type of transportation, tune your truck to optimize it according to a combination of economy of driving, technical, and legal limit. Oh, okay. No, it doesn't take me to the job. That's the sad part. I guess we'll do some household appliances then. Fuck it. It just sends you back. That's all it does.
Get on with it. Turn left. Go straight. Get ready to turn right.
So how you doing, Mongo? How are the things? Trying to keep busy? Fair. I'm doing pretty good. We did some more 40K lore for a little bit, and now we're gonna be trucking. We're quite literally doing 40K lore till Space Marine 2 comes out every single day. Cause I'm stoked for fucking Space Marine. Doing weird shit with animals? I have no idea what you mean. I haven't kept up with any of that. Might as well fill up while we can. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, Ploop. You've completely lost me.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Too fast. How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
You know what? Chances are I'm probably going to take this suicide knob off after this this haul. Like, it's a funny idea, but honestly, just having that thing there annoys me.
Turn left.
Having no hands in the game, that's exactly what it is. It's not having any hands. Like, if there was a hand on that suicide knob, it'd be fine, but now it's just a fucking suicide knob sticking off of a wheel, and it looks dumb.
Go straight.
It is, yeah. Yeah, so after this job, I'll get rid of it.
Turn right.
An Australian truck map. That'd be interesting.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
I think that's my cargo right there.
Here we are. Kind of on time. Time to get the job done.
Well, I mean, they have to, for American Truck Sim, they gotta finish off the rest of the US first.
Time to hit the road. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Idiot.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left. Go straight.
There we go. I needed my coffee. Well, they do have Euro Truck Simulator already.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
There we go. Nice. Nice.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Oh, keep right and then turn right. Never mind.
Turn right. Keep left.
You cock.
Keep left.
Oops. There we go. There we go. Nice. Oh, now we're up to 75? Shit. There we go. Oh, hang on. There. Much better. All right. 17 hours, huh? It'll be a long day. Baby Yoda sip. Hey, we're cruising at 75. That ain't bad. Cruise control's on. Everything's going good. Full tank. We're rested. Any gaming news? There hasn't been much the last couple of days. There's been stuff that came out about Space Marine 2, which actually really cool. So, all map updates, all battle modes, all customization options and stuff like that, right? Free. The only stuff that you will ever have to buy are the customization packs, which is just aesthetics. That's it. And they also announced, what the next customization pack is going to be. Are you ready for this, Sober? Because right now they got the Ultramarines Successor Chapter Pack. You ready for this one? Space Marine 2 came out with the announcement in terms of their roadmap and what the next Successor Chapter customization pack is going to be, which, by the way, though the aesthetic stuff, that's the stuff that you buy. Everything else that they put in the game, game modes, enemies, missions, all that other shit, that's all always going to be free. But by the end of the year, they're going to have 2 customization packs out. The first one, obviously, as we know, is Ultramarines. Would you like to know what the second one is going to be?
Go straight.
Dark Angels.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
So Dark Angels are going to be next. Oh, it's down to 55. God damn it. We were doing so well.
Slow down.
I am. Shut up. So yeah, Dark Angels, and then early 2025, they're going to be adding new missions. There's going to be a new enemy. And yeah, this is going to be some really cool shit. So I think they're going to be doing all first founding chapters for the customization packs first, which I think is fine. If it's literally just going to be aesthetics, I think that's fine for microtransactions because it's not pay to win. Especially considering everything else is going to be free. You know what I mean? Bound to be Blood Angels after that. I'm assuming it's either going to be Blood Angels or Imperial Fists. That's what I'm thinking. Because Imperial Fists already have the Black Templars in there anyway, you know? Heard Helldivers 2 are releasing unpopular updates. Yeah, there was a thing that came out, I want to say about 3 weeks ago, something like that. Yeah, people really are not liking Helldivers 2, which is too bad, because it is a fun game, but, yeah, they're kind of dropping the ball with it. I know they won't do this, but imagine if you were fighting as a Blood Angel and you got a flashback of the Black Rage. That would be cool. I still, because it'll probably end up being after Dark Angels. I'm thinking anyway. It's most likely going to end up being either Fists or Blood Angels, and then the other one after that, right? And then Space Wolves, White Scars. Actually, no, it'll probably be Space Wolves after the Fists and the Angels, and then probably either White Scars or Salamanders, and then whatever's left after that. if I had to take a wild guess. Every Tyranid is suddenly Horus. That would suck. They'll never release the Thunderbolts? What do you mean? What do you mean, Blue? Thunderbolts have been forgotten? I don't think so. I think, it depends on what Legion they came from. That's kind of the whole thing. It really does depend on what Legion they come from. So if the Thunderbolts come from a Legion that hasn't been taken care of yet, then obviously we don't have the stuff for them.
Go straight.
Plus, what Games Workshop has been doing is they've been going back and they've been changing a lot of, like, the older stuff to make it, like, more mature. Right? Which I think is really, really cool. So, I'll put it this way. The Ultramarines are actually interesting now. Instead of it just being Robot Girly Man, you know, being a pompous dickhead. But let's face it, nothing comes close to Pete Turbo. Whoa, what the fuck was that? That was weird. Oh, Rowboat Silly Man. Mm-hmm. Yep. What are you talking about? No. So there's a Primarch in Warhammer 40k. He's the Primarch of the Ultramarines. And his name is Robute Gilliman. But everybody just constantly fucks up his name. Hey, Cor, what's going on, buddy? But yeah, everybody just constantly fucks up his name. So, like, I call him Robot Girly Man. Rowboat Silly Man is another one. Or, like, there's another Primarch, and his name is Perturabo. But, again, some of the names are kind of hard to remember when there's, like, 18 of them that you have to remember for Primarchs. So, then Perturabo just gets turned into Pete Turbo. Angry Ron. Yep, that's Angron. Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing. The names are difficult specifically because they are supposed to represent the world in which each Primarch came from, but it's also in High Gothic, which is essentially just a really made-up shit slang version of Latin. Lionel Johnson is funny enough on his own. Well, what makes Lionel Johnson even funnier is Lionel Johnson is one name. So it's not Lion L. Johnson, it's Lionel Johnson. That's his full name. It's just one name. He does not have a middle or last name. That's just his whole name. There is no surname. AKA the Lion. Yep. Or, trying to think.
Keep left.
Oh, yeah. Then there's Abaddon, the Despoiler, right? But everybody just calls him Abby. Or Rar to his friends, yep. Because don't forget, Rar means I love you in dinosaur. Erebus, but everyone just calls him Dick Features. That's true. Angron is actually a... If I'm being honest, is it Angron? Yeah, I'm pretty sure... Pretty sure it's Angron. His story's really, really, really sad. His story's really sad, actually. Actually, his whole legion is really sad. If I remember correctly. Got a rough hand dealt? Yeah, he did. For those that don't know, Angry Ron, or Angron, so basically what it is the Emperor decided, I need to make my boys more well-rounded. So what he did is he put them all in pods, and he yeeted them from Terra out into the far reaches of space. And each Primarch landed on a different planet. So for instance, the reason why Vulcan is named Vulcan is because vulcanization, volcanoes, so on, right? Angron is named as such because he landed on a world when he was a child, but he was immediately turned into a child slave and then was forced to fight as a gladiator, as a slave gladiator, for people who were quite literally slave owners and didn't give a shit about him. And they made sure that the only emotion he ever felt was anger. And what they did is they took these devices, which are called and look exactly like nails, and they jammed them into his head so that whenever he felt anything other than being angry, it would cause him severe pain. Hence, Angron. So he finally gets swept up by the Emperor when he's old enough, and he gets his own legion. Well, everybody in his legion, because the legion has already been created before he was found, right? They start to romanticize Angron, so they take the same tech that was shoved into his head and shove it into their heads. So now everybody in his legion is really pissy. Half 3, time for my night walk to blow the cobwebs out. Back in a bit. Sounds good.
Keep left.
So yeah, everybody in his legion is really, 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 really pissy. Because it actually causes them pain to be happy. Night walks are good, yeah. They're definitely more peaceful, absolutely. It's your favorite exercise? I could see that.
Keep left.
Honestly, the one exercise I can't fucking stand, jogging. I hate jogging. I don't care whether it's jogging down the road or jogging on a treadmill. I hate it. That's also because I have an ankle that's really fucking bad. And I also have knees that are, like, not so good either. So, yeah. Elliptical I love, but jogging, no thank you. Yeah, it does. It causes a lot of joint issues, and especially when you already have them, it's like, oh boy. Like, even if it takes twice as long on the elliptical, I would rather do... I would rather take twice the amount of time on the elliptical than do it in half the time jogging. Jogging just sucks.
Keep left.
With no appetite pills. Nice. Nothing wrong with that. Lose a lot of weight. I was in my early 20s. Went from 260 to 210. That's damn good. Absolutely.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Lightest you weighed as an adult was 196. Hell yeah. This is going to also sound really, really, really stupid, but you know what else really helps when it comes to weight loss? Although I don't recommend you try this. But it does really help. Being sick. Few days of misery and you lose 10 pounds. Not eating and throwing up. Mm-hmm. Also sweating. Yep. And sleeping a lot and not doing anything. Oh, yeah. Fucking bots, man. They're always there. Jesus, it's about time. So you don't see him, but True actually set up a really cool thing, which helps a lot. Long story short, a bot will do like, oh, best viewers on, and then like, you know, put the link, right? But he set it up so quite literally every time a bot does one of those things, you guys don't see it, only me and the mods see it, and we can allow or deny. That way chat doesn't get flooded with the shit. Would the Twitch word block help? No, only because the issue is with the Twitch word block, let's say that let's say that somebody says, oh, hey, you know what? I think you have the best viewers on Twitch. Well, if I take best viewers and I put that into the phrase block, then you're banned immediately. But you weren't talking or advertising about best viewers on some website, right? That's kind of the problem. Like, I mean, obviously there are certain words I have on the block list, right? Every streamer has them. But generally speaking, it's for those words. And that's about it. Just set it up to use phonetic letters, yeah. So, I mean, it's not a terrible idea, right? It's just, it's not going to catch everything, and sometimes it'll catch the wrong thing. That's all. Also, Sophia, because I know you said you were interested in the lore stuff, be here 7 p.m. sharp tomorrow if you want to learn what the hell is going on with the 40k lore. Because over the next couple of days, we're going to go through some real deep lore stuff. And it'll basically bring us right up to what's considered modern day in it. Should add spooky shit to this game, see if anyone notices the sussy shit, like UFOs. That'd be kind of interesting. Like, do it on Halloween or something. You know, Or like Christmas time, right? You might be able to catch Santa flying or whatever. That'd be kind of interesting. There we go. Nice. Yeah, that'd actually be kind of interesting, not gonna lie. Six hours to go. God damn it.
Keep left.
So what else are you guys excited for the rest of this year for games? I mean, obviously we got like Silent Hill coming out in October and God of War Ragnarok, stuff like that, but like are there any other games that like aren't the major ones that you guys have seen that you're interested in checking out? Civ 7? Okay, I could see that. I want to play the Dune MMO, but I want to see what it actually ends up being first. I've been really excited about it for a while. My issue is that it's put out by Funcom, which is the same company that made the Conan one. And I'm not gonna lie, for quite a long time, the Conan one sucked. That's pretty much what it is, you know? I mean, I'd love to do RP with people like Fei Lin. Fei Lin is all about it, and understandably so, and trust me, like, I would love to get onto a server with Fei Lin again and roleplay with her. I know that it'd be a lot of fun. She's a fantastic role player. She's an awesome person. And I know that there are others from like Wild RP and stuff like that that
Keep right, and then turn right.
that it'd be amazing to roleplay with again. But yeah, if the game sucks,
Turn right.
you know what I mean? Yeah, they made the Anarchy Online one too, yeah. Also, another game that sucked. You know, so... Yeah. I'm cautious. Like, I'm optimistic, but I'm cautious about it, because I don't want to, like, spend $60 on a game and have it be dog shit. Because especially with those kinds of games, the problem becomes that it takes well over the 2-hour limit to actually realize that the game is awful. So then you're literally just stuck with the game and you can't return it. And that blows. I would hope they learn their lesson and they actually make something that, in my opinion, is worthwhile playing with, but we'll see.
Keep left.
I'm always cautious buying any game. I don't like getting burned. Fair. Totally fair. Plus, new games have bugs. It's not necessarily bugs that I worry about. Like, I mean, if it's small stuff, like, no biggie, right?
Keep left.
But I would much rather have a game that isn't going to be like, oh, we promised all this shit and we're only giving you, like, maybe a quarter of it. Plus, bugs that, like, make the game freeze, or the frame rate incredibly shit, or it eats all the memory, or it pins out your CPU, or it crashes every 5 minutes. Like, that's the crap that I can't stand. Minor bugs here and there, that stuff doesn't bother me. But yeah, I'd rather have something where a game is actually feature complete and it's got like minor stuff that has to be fixed. I know I'm getting tired. But I don't have a choice. I've only got, like, a little under 4 hours left. It's actually been a pretty uneventful trip. I'm not complaining. Been nice. Been really nice. But yeah, there's a lot of games like that. One of the reasons I'm so excited about Space Marine 2 is because of how it plays so far. Everybody who's played it has literally come out and said that for the PC, they can run it at 4K at 60 FPS with no problem. And it's a consistent for the most part, consistent 60 FPS, which is really good. Really, really good. And obviously the visuals are fantastic, and the customization stuff is fantastic, and they're giving you a lot, which is really, really cool. So, yeah, you know, like, I'm excited because it's a feature-complete game
Keep left.
that isn't, like, trying to fuck you. And you typically don't get that with most games nowadays. So yeah, really excited about that. Plus, I'm really excited about creating my own Space Marine chapter and, like, fleshing out the lore for it and all that stuff. I love doing stuff like that. And I would love to get back into painting the miniatures. Hell, even just doing it on stream would be a lot of fun. Just painting the minis. That'd be so much fun to do. I think that'd be totally worth it. One of my former GMs was a really good mini painter. This is for D&D, not Warhammer. Yeah. See if I can get him. I got one of my few remaining ones because I moved so many times. Unfortunately, just some of them broke. But I got one of my Grey Knights right here. I love doing stuff like that, painting minis and whatnot. It's so much fun. Gorgie, what's going on? How you doing, buddy? Alright, I don't have a choice. I'm gonna have to pull in and sleep.
Okay, let's find a new route. Turn right.
There we go. May have just woke up. Sleep probably 20 hours day down. Damn, dude. Holy shit. becoming an issue. It does. That's for sure. I know the feeling. Got to play some Outlaws? How was it? Doing pretty good, Sober. We are doing pretty good. Good, glad to hear it. Fucking way stations.
Keep left. Rerouting.
All right. Doing it this way. Fuck them.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
No way. True.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Got it. Oh, you
Exit right.
cocksuckers.
Finding new route.
Thank you. Listen, I'm not happy about it either, okay? Just do what we gotta do.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Keep right, and then turn Turn right. Go straight.
Spectre, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Why do these way stations even exist? Roads. If I'm being honest, it's roads, and it's also EPA stuff. That's basically what it is. So if you're under too heavy of a load for the vehicle, you're wasting more gas, and you're making the engine run harder, which means that it's going to burn more fuel and everything like that. But also, if you're overweight, you can cause undue stress to the roads themselves, which makes the roads crack and wear out and everything else faster. And yeah, if you're severely overweight, they might not even let you travel on the road, and then the truck has to be towed. But if you're, generally speaking, if you're just like slightly overweight, you'll just be fined. Checks and balances, yeah, basically. I'm doing pretty good. We had some more 40k lore earlier. Gonna be doing some more every day till Space Marine 2, and I'm really excited about more lore and fleshing out my chapter finally and designing it and all that good shit. I'm like stoked for it. Oh god, did they? Joe's still going, far as I know.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn
Singing
right.
silent to feel better. True. No, it was just one of those days where it was like, I did some stuff this morning, obviously, because, like, you know, I put a new video up and stuff, and that was fine. But it was like, I just kept getting woken up. Like, I tried to go back and take a nap, and I just kept getting woken up. So, like, I woke up like half an hour before I was supposed to stream, and then had to, like, shovel food in my fucking gullet
Keep right.
as fast as I could. And it was just one of those rough days where it's like, this sucks, you know? You don't want to piss away the whole day, but you need the rest kind of deal.
It's all over now.
Yeah, we're doing that. Yeah, it was just one of those days. It wasn't like anything was really wrong. It's just like I kept getting woken up by shit. So then it's like, okay, finally I'm able to actually like fucking get a decent nap in, but then that decent nap goes from like 2 hours or possibly 3 to like 5 or 6. And it's like, well, that sucks. Because now the day's gone. You know? Nice. Level 16. Hell yes. Okay. Let's see. High value. That really sucks when that happens. Work was a little tough today, but you managed. Fair. I mean, it's good that you managed, for sure.
Come on, there's a job to do.
All right. Let's go and deck this puppy out. Because we got some more upgrades that we can do. Because we are now level 16, which is awesome. Work is the curse of the drinking class. That's fair. Ooh, airplanes.
Turn right. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Oh, go back to work? Yeah. Yeah, I can't say I blame you.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Okay, service. Pair all. Confirm. Nice. Now, configurator. $600 horsepower. Yes. Damn it. Nope, that's not what I want. Beacon, no. Sun visor. Ooh. Damn. That thing looks mean as shit. That looks mean. Looks angry? Fuck yeah, it does. Looks awesome. Side skirts. Exhaust. Yes, please. Exclusive exhaust. Nice. Nice. Yeah, it looks pretty badass. That does look really good, actually. Is one thing I really, really want to do, though. Hang on. Go with this. Tell you what, do this. No, okay, won't let me. That's fine. Here. Here. Nice, actually. But here, then here. Could you equip a truck with NOS? Absolutely you could. 1,000,000%. I wouldn't advise it, but you can.
Recomputing.
Yeah, let's make sure she's got everything. I mean, unless you're turning it into like a drag truck or something like that. Like, you got to remember, like, cars have longer gears typically. So it's like, you go through first, you go through second, that's fine. But then you get to third, which is literally like direct drive. And you can go for a while. So if you hit the NOS in third, you can fucking go skyrocketing right before you get out of third gear. Fourth gear, it definitely gives you more acceleration. Fifth gear, it definitely gives you more acceleration. And you get into those gears a lot faster. These trucks, you got 18 gears. Right? So what ends up happening is I mean, you literally don't even start, you skip like the first 10 or 12 gears. Because I mean, like, you shift so fast through the gears, you're only like going maybe 1 or 2 miles an hour faster in the lower gears anyway. It'd really be pointless. Unless you're doing something like a drag truck or something like that, where the gearing has been overhauled completely, and it's typically like maybe 1 or 2 gears, there's really no point. Sadly, there really isn't any point. So, for instance, let me bring this up. Yeah, here we go. Shut this off for a second. I don't want that. Yeah, so this is like, oh no, that's a, well, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll show you. 3,000 horsepower semi-trucks versus 120,000 pound trailers, right? This is the only time NOS and stuff like that would really do you any good.
Welcome back to the channel. This weekend we're in on-a-way mission Michigan for the Great Lakes Big Rig Challenge. This is a semi-truck race, uphill, sometimes loaded, sometimes unloaded, with trucks ranging anywhere from old school mechanical trucks to 3,000 horsepower, big power, big compound turbo setups. We're bringing you with us for all the action starting right now.
Thanks for the coal roll.
Based on sheer badass look, I'm gonna see this truck's fast. We're gonna see just how fast right now. The burnout looked wicked, so much black smoke, and a very unique smoke check out of this truck. Smoke in the tires for about 100 feet. I love it. Time to go for a ride in a familiar truck. I rode this cab over last year. Got my cherry this year. See how it goes. What's up? What? Good to see you guys again.
Here, and you can actually see this is not a regular shifter, right? So he's got a high performance racing transmission in this with long gears and stuff like that, so that like the turbo, and even if he put NOS in it, but stuff like that can actually spool up, and he's not going like 2 miles an hour when he shifts, right? He's not only like going up 2 miles an hour, he's literally, it's just drop it and go. See? That's it. That's all it's there for.
I did. It sure felt like yes, it was happy. That was such a close race.
We just raced in the DM last time.
Really?
Yeah.
Just barely pulled you out on the top end. That was sick. It's the extra weight. I screwed it all up.
It's your fault.
I forgot what that was like. That is a lot of fun. Holy shit. When these trucks are running without trailers, that means they're racing bobtail, and that is a 500-foot racing surface, so that before they go up the hill, they're letting off the throttle so they can get on the brakes harder. When
This is like fucking, this is a bunch of dudes that have way too much fucking money and listen to way too much Kenny Chesney.
they're racing loaded, they've got 120,000 pounds behind them. There's 2,000 pieces of lumber on here. These look like 4 by 6 inch pieces of lumber, 2,000 of them, a lot of freaking weight. And then when they're loaded, they're racing the 700-foot distance. The finish line's right at the top of the hill. To kick off this year's Big Rig Challenge, we got 2 A-class trucks running up against each other. We got Michelle, who gave me a ride to kick things off 2 years ago, going up against this beautiful Mack truck.
I'm sure there are.
Trucks are loaded down, so we're gonna see
I could probably find it.
holding up in the air. I can't wait.
Yeah, watch this. So same trucks that just raced, same kind of trucks, you could very well see these trucks, the front wheels lift right off the ground. Just try and start pulling shit this heavy. Look at that.
Hell yeah, I got chills, man. That is so freaking cool.
That was a lot closer race than I thought it was going to be. Michelle with the day cab. Sleep on the other truck. I thought it would be a lot slower, but it's actually a really good race. He got him out of the hole, and Michelle going by on the top end. This race is going to be amazing. I'm so excited to be back here again this year. It's been a couple years, and we are ready to see some cold roll trucks fly down the track.
I couldn't do this to my truck. My truck is gas, it's not diesel, which is a good thing, first off. And second, coal rolling is ridiculous. Look at that. Look at them both lift. That's a fuck ton of torque.
That's a whole lot of smoke. I cannot see anything past that third barrier. Oh my god, dude.
Not to mention, diesel exhaust gives me a massive fucking headache. Massive headache.
Not the right gear for him. Right lane.
That one doesn't even, this one doesn't even have smoke coming out of the stacks. It's just flat out right out of the top of the hood. You almost put diesel in your car? Oh boy. That would have been a bad day. Now let me see here. Can I find one? Drag. Monster truck. There you go, Spectre. Would it be repairable? So long as you don't turn the engine on, yes. If you don't turn the engine on, you'll be fine. You just have to get it towed, and they'd have to drain the tank completely, and then let it dry out, and then put new gas in it. If you do turn the engine over, or you even turn the key into the on position, the fuel pump will suck it up, and then you'll flood the engine and it won't work. Monster truck races or drag races of sorts anyways, back when they actually raced, that's true. Oh yeah, here we go. Monster Jam. Here you go, Spectre. I only ever went to one of these, and I was lucky enough to see Bigfoot and Gravedigger. I was like stupid young though. Oh! That's a good one. That was a good one. Nice. Oh. Nah, Oh, 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 come on, come on. There you go. Whew. He almost didn't make that. Shit. Oh. Okay. All right. All right, he made it. Nice. Oh boy. Nice. Oh. Oh. Damn, okay. Sophia, have yourself a great night. Always love and appreciate you being here. Oof. Oh! Nice. He got it. He got it. Ooh. How can they survive? So it's okay. So these are not regular trucks. Essentially the entire interior is one massive roll cage. The exterior of the cab itself is all just plastic. They have typically no windows. And if they do, it's like very, very, very like breakaway glass and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like one massive roll cage with a giant fucking engine that's souped to hell, four-wheel steering, and then literally just plastic over the top. So even if you land upside down, you've got your helmet, you've got your neck brace, and you're inside a roll cage, and that's pretty much it. Oh shit. Jesus. That was good. Yeah, actually this is perfect. So you see the roll cage on the inside, right? This whole thing is like this like custom body that's completely made for only this truck, right? So you got the engine under here, you got the shocks here, but it's essentially just one massive fuck off roll cage, and the entire exterior is just plastic. That's it. That's all it is. These things are made to break apart. Yeah, roll cage. Mm-hmm. What's a roll cage? I'll show you. It's quite literally exactly that. Hang on. Roll cage. This is a roll cage, right? Here, I'll show you this, right? Because it's got a roll cage in it that you can actually see. This is a roll cage. So what they do is in monster trucks, they replace the entire like regular inside, and then they reinforce it with like metal tubing that is designed to withstand like enough weight and enough force. So if for whatever reason the truck rolls over or it lands on its roof, this is going to stop the people inside from getting crushed. So when you go back to something like these guys, the entire truck, like the entire undercarriage, the entire interior, everything is just designed around this massive custom roll cage. And then the part that you see where they've got all the stickers and everything else, that's all just plastic. That's all it is. Holy shit, that was cool. Thinking about putting a roll cage in my car, not really worth the hassle. Nah. Well, it's not only are they made in case of rolling over, but you see this guy and how, like, his tire just... Right? That's... The roll... Like, you see this big-ass bar, right? And then he's got a couple of other bars underneath and whatnot. That's all well and fine. Let's see if I can find a good... Actually, we'll go back to this guy, because he does the backflip, which is great, because then you can actually kind of see everything. Right? So he's upside down, but you see how you have this bar right here, and then you have these two massive bars right here, right? This is all roll cage. So all the steering stuff is behind this massive bar right here, and it's the same way in the back, and you've got a massive bar here, you got massive bars going up in the center, and then inside, it's the same thing. So, again, even if for whatever reason gravity just takes over and right on his head, he's got his neck brace on, he's got his helmet on, and these roll cages are made of such like really, really strong steel. Worst case, it would dent it, but he'd still be okay, and he'd still be strapped into the seat. And then there you go. That was a good one. No, they're not totally... It's not 100% safe. People have died and gotten really hurt. But it's a... See, there you go, look. The plastic just disintegrated. Like, anything can happen. Yeah, it's probably fiberglass. I just call it plastic, but yeah. Probably fiberglass. Either that or some sort of carbon fiber. Probably. But fiberglass is typically a lot cheaper. That was good. That was a good one. Except his wheel came off. Okay, it was mostly good. Wait, hang on. Is that Indianapolis? I know it's on a racetrack, but look, isn't that Indianapolis right there? Yeah, it's where they have the Indianapolis. Is it Charlotte? It could be. Could be Charlotte. I don't remember. I just remember seeing this God knows how many times when watching NASCAR way back in the day. Could be Charlotte, but yeah.
Oh my God, he almost saved that. Oh.
But yeah, so there's that, and I can tell you, like, even though I was really, really, really little, here are my two favorites, right? Let's do Bigfoot, Monster Truck. This one I remember seeing, Bigfoot. Bigfoot was insane. There he is. There's Bigfoot. Look at the size of those fucking tires. It's insane. And, like, here's the other thing, too. These guys are a lot like NASCAR in the sense where, like, you see Skull, you see Bandits, and Bigfoot had, you know, like, sponsors and everything like that. So most of the time, these guys don't pay. Like, if a fucking wheel comes off and they have to replace the entire hub unit, they ain't paying for shit, right? Skull's gonna be paying for it, or Bandits is gonna be like, that's how it works, right? They want to, these products want to see the car or the truck or whatever that's got their name on it. They want to see them win. So what do? They help dump more money into the fucker to help pay for repairs and stuff like that. It's not like the driver's going out of his way to spend another $20,000 on a custom hub unit. You know what I mean? And it's not like these things are street legal. These are strictly like racing and stunt machines. That's all they are. You'd be lucky if you could back this thing into a driveway. They're so illegal on the road. Yeah, here goes Bigfoot.
Here
God, the sound Bigfoot used to make. Holy shit. What's this? Hang on. I haven't seen many monster truck things over the last, like, 20 years at all. I remember they used to have this shit all the time back when I was young. But again, it is a massive pain in the ass, right? I mean, they're taking literal stadiums and racetracks and everything, and they're cramming it full of dirt and fucked up cars, and then, you know, you have to worry about fuel being pissed all over the place, and you have to, like, it's not a clean environment. It's really not a clean environment. So, I mean, imagine, like, what's the best way to describe? Okay, imagine Gillette Stadium, and I know everybody's like, oh, fuck the Pats. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, imagine Gillette Stadium, an American football stadium, and instead of having a nice, clean, green field, you know, you got all the stuff and everything like that, and you got the goalposts, and everything looks really nice and pretty. Imagine it just being packed with fucking dirt all over the place, and car parts have just gone flying everywhere, and oil, and diesel, and gasoline, and spark plugs and fucking wheel hubs and pieces of tire and, like, literally, you know what I mean? It's a lot. It's really expensive. Oh, yeah. The levels of insurance are absolutely insane. And then my other favorite one was, and I saw him too, Gravedigger. Gravedigger was... I can't believe Gravedigger is still around. My God, he is still going. Whew. Gravedigger is still around. Holy shit.
In the sporting world, there has never been a dynasty that's lasted as long as Gravedigger's reign over Monster Jam.
That's true.
When the red headlights come on and Gravedigger takes the track, you feel alive.
There's a chill in the air and people get electric. Man, there's nothing like it.
Gravedigger's probably the most recognizable brand because of the people behind it. You know you're going to see something spectacular.
Please welcome the icon, Gravedigger's Dennis Anderson.
I gotta tell you guys, man, this whole thing for the last 40 years was never a plan. It just happened.
I think anybody that steps into a Gravedigger truck has a huge sense of pride in what that truck means to Monster Jam.
Every driver that steps into Gravedigger has told me that there is an expectation that you have to bring it.
Not anybody can just step in and be part of the Gravedigger team. We really look for that Gravedigger style. Tyler Meninga, Brandon Vinson really drive like Gravedigger drivers.
Look at that. Holy
you definitely
fuck.
see aspects of Dennis and all of the kids. They're definitely carrying on the legacy.
I hope that Gravedigger is something that people can be fans of for generations upon generations.
I am so excited to keep this legacy of Gravedigger going.
It's what I was born to do.
Gravedigger's been around for 40 years, and to see how it's affected other motorsports, none of us can be Dennis Anderson. We can all be a little bit of Gravedigger.
That's an old... Yeah, that's... Shit. That's even before my time. Even that one's before my time. And I like how they hail from Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. That's the Gravedigger I remember. I'm really surprised Gravedigger is still going. I thought, like Bigfoot, it would have been retired. At least for a little while. So, we had a family friend when I was really young, but he was such a close friend. He was always like an uncle kind of deal. And I called him Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob had what would be considered a road legal monster truck. And every once in a while, especially when we got to go and visit him, because he lived in Illinois, right? He'd take my dad and I out in his monster truck, which was very, very similar to Bigfoot, but obviously it didn't have, like, the huge roll cage. It was souped up. It definitely had, like, a consumer-grade roll cage, but nothing like this crap or anything like that, right? But yeah, he'd take us out in his monster truck, and we'd go mudding and stuff like that. It was so much fun. But I've literally never been in anything like this. Like, this is fucking insane. You gotta be knuckin' futz, have a death wish, or both. Yeah. Of course. Let me guess, AC/DC Hell's Bells? No, okay. Bad to the bone. Good call. Good call on them, by the way. They're like, no, we're gonna get DMCA'd for this shit. I'm still amazed Gravedigger is still around. I really am. That's awesome. You've been in one? Dude, that's amazing. He's gonna jump over them? Fuck. I gotta see it. I gotta see it. It's Gravedigger. Oh, nice. Oh, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Come on, get her on two. Get her on two. Oh. I was really hoping he was gonna do the on two wheels thing, but he didn't. Fuck. What the fuck? That is angry truck sex right there. Damn. That's insane. Jesus.
Camping World Stadium for Monster Jam World Finals 21. What a weekend it was. We crowned 4 new world champions, celebrated 40 years of the legendary Gravedigger and 30 years of Monster Jam. On behalf of Feld Entertainment,
That's insane. That is absolutely insane. But yeah, those are my two favorite. Those were absolutely my two favorite. They were it was Gravedigger and Bigfoot, and it's like, whew, my God. So yeah, hard to beat. Really hard to beat them. Yeah, I think we're done. We're done with that. Okay, now jobs, freight market. What do we got in Reading? Reading to Barstow? It's a little bit of a jog. Sure, fuck it. Why not? Truckin. Mm-hmm.
Got the contract. Now go.
How you doing, Medicine? Gotta get some gas in her. That'd be fun. You know what would be really, really fun, if I'm being honest? And I know, like, I'd probably catch a lot of shit for it. Because everybody's like, oh, going around in a fucking circle and stupid shit. No, you know what? It'd be really fun to do IRL streams. But fucking, go to, like, NASCAR events and Monster Jam events. Or, like, even the semi-truck drags and stuff like that. I think that'd be a fucking blast.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
And do IRL streams or shit like that. I think that'd be so much fun. And, like, be able to, like, so for instance, right? SVand does, like, all the college football stuff. Right? Which is really, really cool. But being able to, like, let's say you've got a race, you got a big NASCAR race down here in Florida, right? Go to the race, go and, you know, interview all the pit crews, maybe interview some of the drivers, stuff like that, and then stay for the race and just watch the fuck it. That would be really cool. Or, like, even the monster truck stuff. Go to Monster Jam, talk to the pit, not really the pit crews, but the teams, talk to the drivers, get interviews, talk to people in the stands, you know, like, just go to all this shit and watch it. Like, it'd be so cool. It's a pain in the ass. It'd be so much fun, though. It really would be. It'd be worth it being a pain in the ass, you know what I mean? Been to Daytona? Yep. I've been to, well, I mean, I grew up in New Hampshire, so...
Keep left.
Going to, New Hampshire International Speedway is kind of, you know, mandatory.
Turn left.
I'll get you that joke here in a minute. Medicine, I gotta get to where I'm going.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Been to Pocono? Nice. Yeah, I think that'd be so much fun. I really do. I think that'd be a blast.
Here we are, safe and sound.
Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay, here's one. Here's one. Patty's daughter hadn't come home for over 5 years, and when she finally did... Oh, come on. There we go. When she finally did, Patty cursed her the fuck out. He looks at her angrily and he goes, "Where you been all this time, child? Why'd you not write us? Not even a line. Why didn't you call? Can you not understand what you put me and your ma through?" Girl started crying. She goes, "Da, I've been selling my body. I became a prostitute." And he goes, "You what? Get out of here, you shameless girl. You're an evildoer. You're a disgrace to this Catholic family." He goes, "Okay, Da, as you wish. I only came back to give Ma this beautiful new fur coat, the title deed to a huge mansion with a swimming pool, plus $3 million cash. For me little brother, this platinum Rolex, and for you, Daddy, the brand new Porsche 911 sitting outside, plus a membership to a country club, and an invitation for y'all to spend New Year's Eve aboard my new yacht in the Riviera." Patty looks really confused, and he goes, "What was it you said you'd become again?" And still bawling her eyes out, she replies, "A prostitute, Daddy." And he goes, "Oh, my goodness gracious, darling. You scared me half to death. I thought you said you'd become a Protestant. Come here and give your old dad a hug."
Pedal to the metal, man.
Where the hell am I supposed to be going? Oh, okay, it's right over there. Shit. Hang on. I gotta go this way. I don't know what I hit. Oh, it was a bumper thing. Wait, which way do they want me to go? Is it through the cars? Oh boy. No one cares, shut up. Bumper car, sorry for the late laugh. TV apps, it happens. What are you gonna do? Okay, so the only thing I can do is go around the way that I was going initially.
Never mind. I'll find a new route. Turn right. Good driving.
fuck is this thing? Ah, okay.
Let's get this job done.
Okay, there we go. We're good. Ooh, that was a low bridge. Jesus.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Come on. Open, please.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Nice and smooth. Hell yeah. There we go. Much better. Oh, the mobile app is awful. Fucking way stations, man.
Okay, let's find a new route. There we go.
Much better. I think I'm going to have to change the visor. Remind me after this trip. Change visor and get rid of the suicide knob. The visor just obstructs too much, which is a bummer, because it does look cool, but there's definitely a better one that I can grab. And the suicide knob just looks dumb. There's no point. Find the Twitch mobile app now, at least it somewhat works. I mean, it's never been good, that's for damn sure, right? But there's still definitely issues compared to the browser. That's for damn sure. Oh, Sober, are you still here? Shit, I almost forgot. Please tell me you're still here, Sober. He might have conked out, which sucks. I might have to send him a DM on Discord or something. Haven't used the browser for Twitch in months. That's fair. Dump it into 18th. Save a little bit more gas. Nice. Easy going. Easy peasy. They collect mostly dust? Oh, that sucks, dude. That's not fun. When's the MGS3 remake coming out again? Chances are early next year. But I wouldn't be surprised if we hear something in, like, during the Game Awards. For both MGS Delta and, OG. Would not be surprised in the slightest. But there is a very small chance, very, very small chance, that Konami decides to pull a fast one on everybody and releases MGS Delta sometime in, like, mid-November. It's a very, very, very tiny chance, though. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, like, this year has gone by real fucking quick. That's for sure.
Keep left.
Can't wait for this year to end. I know, right? Here's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that next year things work out the way that people in the games industry are starting to predict. Where, sure, there's probably going to be more layoffs and stuff like that first half of the year, but second half of the year, it's actually going to finally start to get better. I feel like yesterday I was voting on games I hardly knew existed, right? Easy peasy. But yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking it's either going to be like early next year, say maybe February or March of next year for Delta, or, and again, this is an incredibly small chance, they're going to pull a fast one on us and they're going to do it sometime mid-November. That's what I'm thinking. Like Alan Wake 2, but people had 2 weeks to play through it. Yeah. I loved Alan Wake 2. I thought Alan Wake 2 was really well done. Alan Wake 2 was fantastic. The Elden Ring DLC was absolutely fantastic. I mean, there were a lot of really decent games this year. Yeah, Alan Wake 2 was awesome. Elden Ring DLC was awesome. Trying to think what else was there. Oh, the Alan Wake DLC. The Alan Wake 2 DLC was really good, too. I do remember that. Brains hiccup? Yeah. It's kind of one of those days where my brain's hiccuping as well. But yeah, we've had some really, really decent stuff this year. Really decent stuff. Oh, Fallen Aces. Fallen Aces was really good, too. I really enjoyed that.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right.
Oh, that's the other thing. The Long Dark, I guess, finally gets its update or some shit in November for Chapter 5, which I am looking forward to. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Out of the flashlight. What was that game? Like, yeah. They did, like, a lot of really good stuff this year. I mean, it wasn't like last year, right? Where they had, like, Baldur's Gate 3, and they, you know, like, they had, like, all these massive, massive hits, but that's okay.
Keep right.
It didn't need to be, like, another massive, massive year. I think they did fine with what they had. Now, all that needs to happen is we need to, like, unfuck the industry so people can get actually, like, back to doing what they love, which is making games. That'd be really nice. Black Myth or Stellar Blade? That's fair. That's totally fair. I do want to play Black Myth at some point. I've heard nothing but good things about it, so. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth? Yep. That was good. That was really well done. And then you got Silent Hill 2 Remake, you got Space Marine 2, you got God of War Ragnarok. What was the other one that came out this year? Oh, yeah. Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, I believe, came out this year for PC. That's a absolutely fantastic game. Yeah, so I mean, there have been a lot of bangers that came out this year. A lot of bangers. How about that Skull and Bones? Oh, you mean the world's first quadruple A game? That one? Yeah, like, it's... And that was Ubisoft, wasn't it? Wasn't that done by Ubisoft? It was UB? Yeah. They really need to stop shooting themselves in the foot. That's what they need to do. Stop pissing everybody off, stop shooting yourself in the foot, and maybe something good will happen to you. Denuvo is looking to put their DRM on indie games with a new price package. Of course they are. I'm not surprised by that in the slightest, sadly. Luigi's Mansion 2, oh my god. Bet you people lost their damn minds over that one. Don't like pirate games so it doesn't affect you? Yeah. Yeah, Ubisoft really needs to stop shooting themselves in the foot. They really do. Every time Ubisoft has done something this year, they've literally just... It's like watching somebody go, hey, look what I can do, and then immediately just fucking liquid diarrhea all, like, just right down their leg. Every single time they've done something this year. Orc Massager 3, oh god. Been quite quiet. It has been, but I think the other thing too is with everything that happened last year, especially like with the start of all the layoffs and everything else, we kind of need this time to have like a rebuild year and for the industry to figure out what the fuck it's doing. The French. Champagne. Yeah. That is so fucking funny.
Keep left.
But yeah, I think the industry needs to figure out what the fuck it's doing. I think that's the big thing. Lollipop Chainsaw Remaster, Age of Mythology Retold next month. Yep. Civ 7. You know. Yeah. Yeah, it's Orson Welles.
Keep left.
Yeah. It's the same guy. How insane is that? And War of the Worlds. Like the original radio War of the Worlds. Where it literally made everybody panic. Same guy. The French. It's so stupid, but that's what makes it so good. Pioneer film. The French. Champagne. I love how it's that pause that gets me. That's what it is, right? Because the second take goes, the French champagne. And it's like, it doesn't have the same weight as the first one, where he's trying to sound really, really excited, but he doesn't have enough breath, so it just sounds like he's scared of the French. That's what gets me every time, is that pause. Oh yeah, and then the succulent Chinese meal guy died. That was another big thing that happened this year. A Chinese meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Get your hands off my penis! What a year. It really was. And you, sir, are you here to receive my limp penis? OJ got turned into jewelry, yep. I wonder if that, I wonder if the succulent Chinese meal guy is going to turn into another thing for Twitch, right? Like the Keck W guy did, like Billy did. I wonder if he's going to ever make it like Billy and Keck W guy now that he's gone.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Feel negative aura gives you the impression of of a deep-seated feeling of denial, defeated feeling of denial? Probably. Or deep-seated, rather. Hey, Fafo, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Go straight. Do you even listen to me?
There we go. How you doing, Fafo? How are things, bud?
Go straight.
We're doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Just doing some trucking today. You know, probably going to be doing some more trucking tomorrow, but we got some 40K lore that we're going to go through, which should be fun.
Go straight.
Actually, I'm going to stop. Do the rest thing.
make a U-turn.
There we go. Engine off. Sleep. Nice. Okay. Haha, get fucked, bot. You suck. Nobody likes you. Oh, it's gonna be one of these, huh? All right. There we go.
Turn left.
Come on. There we go. Nice. Good there. Hell yeah. Yeah, I really want to see the industry, like, unfuck itself. I really do. Because it's been fucking nuts for the last year and a half. And, like, they really need to get their shit together. To be honest, with all the layoffs and closures and everything else that we've had, I'm surprised that quite a few of the games that did come out this year actually came out. I'm actually really surprised. If you think about it, like, a lot of manpower gone. So here's to hoping it gets better. Because we really need it. I really do feel like the video game industry needs it, because things keep going the way that they're going, there aren't going to be any games coming out for a long time, which is really going to suck. But that's also why I want to do, like, IRL stuff, too. I really do. I think it'd be so much fun to do NASCAR races, or do Formula 1 races, or do the monster truck stuff, or, you know, shit like that. Shit that's like, hey, we get to go out, we get to talk to people, you know, maybe get into the pit area, talk to the pit crews, talk to the drivers, talk to all the teams, maybe talk to an owner or two. I think that'd be so much fun. You know, like, look at all the tailgate parties and stuff like that. That'd be a blast, wouldn't it? That'd be so much fun to do. Damn, another one. Holy shit. Just to see people, like, out and having a good time. Like, even if it's stupid, right? I mean, let's face it. NASCAR, is it the most, like, interesting thing in the world when you're watching it on TV? It's debatable. Sometimes it can be, right? Formula 1, same thing. Monster trucks, sure, same thing, right? But it'd be fun to get out, meet all these people, you know, talk to the pit crews and all this other shit. I think it'd be a blast doing that stuff.
Keep left.
You'd watch it? Hell yeah. And this is something like a lot of people don't fucking understand. All it takes is showing respect a lot of the time. Right? Like, the NFL wants to make sure that if they're showing stuff on Twitch, it's not just going, oh, well, here, I'm going to show up to, like, my favorite, you know, I'm going to show up to, like, you know, my team's arch nemesis and just talk shit the entire time and make, like, a complete ass out of myself.
Then exit right.
They don't want to deal with that, right? They don't want to deal with the stupid bullshit that a lot of streamers do just for clicks. They don't want that.
Ready to turn left.
They want somebody who actually, like, enjoys football, which is why S-Fan is a perfect fit for it.
Turn left.
That's all they really want. They don't, like, they're not trying to shut people out most of the time. They just don't want shitheads. And I can't say I blame them.
This is where it ends.
Okay. How was that one? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, no, fuck that. We're gonna skip this one. Because that's the one where they want me to back that shit into, like, some stupid thing. I remember that one. I remember that one all too well. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Get ready to turn left. Rerouting.
Okay, good there. Yeah, shit like that, I think it'd just be so much fun. I really do. Wait, what? Hang on.
Let's do this.
Something ain't right.
You're going too fast.
I don't even have the... What? No. That doesn't even make sense. Okay, let's do this one. No. Here, tell you what, let's go to Prim. Fuck it. Let's go to Prim.
Drive safe.
It's right there.
You're exceeding the speed limit.
We haven't been to Prim yet. The powder gangers? I don't know. We've never been to Prim, Nevada, so fuck it, why not? Hell yeah. We'd just be cruising. That's it. New Vegas. I wonder what mods they have for this game. There's got to be a shit ton by now. Especially for single player. Get your 64-ounce coffee from Come and Go. I remember this was years ago. This was actually the day after my 21st birthday. I don't remember my 21st birthday because my 21st birthday that night was spent in a casino getting completely obliterated. But I do remember the next day, and that was waking up feeling like death with a massive hangover in Arizona and getting in a Ford E350 Econoline van with my cousin and his girlfriend and driving from Phoenix to Tucson in 120-degree weather with the worst hangover I've probably ever had. And I can't remember where we stopped, but we stopped somewhere and it was like middle of fucking nowhere, Arizona, after staring at like the same mountain for 2 hours because there's literally nothing in Arizona. And we stop in this little podunk, nobody gives a shit town, and they have a gas station. We're like, okay, cool, because it gives us time to, like, you know, use the bathroom, grab something to drink, maybe something to eat, because we had to leave, like, stupid early in the morning because we were going to visit her family and friends, because her dad worked at the Air Force Base in Tucson. And so we stopped there, and I was like, okay, I need an energy drink or something, right? And I walk in, and I look at the guy, and I was like, do you guys have energy drinks? He's like, energy drink? What's that? I'm like, oh no. I'm like, okay, do you guys have soda? Yeah, we got soda. Okay, all right. Where are they? Well, I mean, they're not here right now. We're out. What do you mean you're out? Well, you know, we're out of soda. You're out of soda? Yeah, we got a Coca-Cola truck coming, but they're a couple hours late. They should have been here at about, I don't know, like 7 o'clock this morning, but we ain't heard nothing yet. I'm like, oh boy. Do you guys have coffee? Yeah, we got coffee, but I mean, we haven't, like, it's about a day and a half old. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Give me the coffee. This shit was the worst coffee I've ever had in my entire life. It was awful. It was so bad. It was like, it almost Like, it was one of those things where it was like somebody left the burner on, so it just slowly was evaporating the moisture out of it, so it was thick. It was like real thick. Is it just me? It doesn't say that you're playing a game in the category.
Right.
Dude, okay. I don't know what's going on. Hang on. Let me double check. Because I've fixed this God knows how many times at this point, and it doesn't want to change. And I don't know why. Let me just double check. What the fuck? I can only hit it so many times, and it like... That's really weird. There's something going on with Twitch, because I switched it over to American Truck Simulator a couple hours ago, right? And I just checked, and it didn't even have a category for me. It was just select category. I was like, what the fuck is this? So yeah, that's... I don't know.
Right.
Something ain't right.
Get ready to turn left.
Marvel and DC movies on Twitch. Said if he didn't use the category, he's safe from ban. His channel was gone a few months later. Yeah, because people catch on. Not to mention, if you're streaming something, I'm pretty sure it's actually TOS to not be under the correct category. Now, granted, they don't enforce it.
Slow down.
They don't enforce it all that often, but there have been occasions where people have been suspended because they're not streaming under the correct category. Is there a cartel mod for this game? I don't know. Good question. There's a Delaware to New York, New Jersey map mod. Ooh, that'd be cool. That'd actually be really cool. Wouldn't even bother watching? No. Yeah, that'd be stupid.
Turn right.
You would ban viewers if they talked about how streaming movies was a TOS violation? Yeah, he's an idiot. There was a dude, I don't even know if they're around anymore. They probably aren't. What the fuck? 9,000? That's it? Oh, this is the shittiest job ever. Okay. All right. There was a guy that used to do that with 80s anime movies. Like 80s and early 90s anime.
Let's go.
Used to do the same thing. Pirate boxing? Yep. People are just so dumb. And And this was the real, like, kicker. This always made me laugh, right? Then, on top of all of it, Twitch decided we're not going to allow this, which makes complete sense, by the way, right? Why would you allow illegal movie distribution, right, to a live audience? That's just asking for it. But then they decide, well, we're going to do watch parties. And watch parties were a great idea, but it was so poorly fucking executed that nobody cared.
Turn left.
That was the worst part, right? Like, I wish I could have done watch parties with you guys. I really do. But the problem with watch parties, it's not a thing anymore. No, they stopped it. And here's why. Nobody was using watch parties, not because the movies themselves were terrible, but more specifically because it didn't make any sense. The reason why people would pirate all that shit was because they didn't have Amazon Prime. And the only way to watch a watch party as a viewer was if you had Amazon Prime. Now, the streamer having Amazon Prime, I can completely understand, right? That makes complete sense. But it doesn't make any sense, in my opinion, for a viewer to have to pay $120 to watch a movie online. Does that make any sense? To me, it never made any fucking sense. Why would you do that? Like, I understand, okay? Amazon wants to make money, Twitch wants to make money, and so on. But literally nowhere in the world, if somebody is watching their favorite streamer, are they going to pay $120 to watch a movie for, at best, 3.5 hours? That's ridiculous. Now, if the streamer wants to do a watch party, then yes, they should have Prime, and I completely agree with that. 1,000,000% I agree with that. But if they are doing it as a watch party, the viewers should not have to pay for Prime as well. They shouldn't. Like, that, to me, is just galactically stupid. Just absolutely galactically stupid. So people stopped using watch parties. Altogether, they stopped using watch parties. And, yeah, Twitch got rid of it, I believe, this year. Because, like, there are so many cool things that we could watch. Like, there were a lot of really cool things on Amazon Prime, right? One of my favorite things that I ever saw on Amazon Prime, and I watched it on Dixie's stream, right, was Neon Demon. Really, really, really good. Fantastic movie. Loved it. But yeah, there were plenty of people that even in Dixie's chat, they'd come in and they'd be like, oh, I thought I could watch this without Prime. And she'd have to be like, no, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. It's attached to your account. Oh, okay, never mind. And then they just leave. And it's like, you lose so many viewers who might want to come in and hang out and chat and everything else, but can't because they can't even see the fucking screen. It's just black. And here's your streamer up in the top right-hand corner on top of chat. That's it. So you're just staring at a blank fucking screen. How stupid is that? I think they just wanted people with Prime to be able to say, oh yeah, well if you have Prime then you can do X, which is fine, but for me, no. Me personally, I don't think that's how it should be. I understand that, okay, yeah, sure, they want people with Prime, and I get it, but you're not winning any brownie points, and you're not getting anybody new over to Prime by going, oh, hey, you want to sit down and hang out with, like, people in chat that you know, and your favorite streamer, and, like, watch a movie and hang out and have, like, a movie night? Cool, you need to pay $120. Like, fuck you. Hello? That's bullshit. When Prime came out, there was nothing on it. Initially, yeah, there was nothing on it. But during the last few years, it was great. Ooh, excuse me. Last couple of years, it was awesome. But yeah, like, it was just such a fucking waste. It really was. And there were plenty of times I was like, oh, guys, we should totally watch this, right? This would be a lot of fun to watch on stream. But I don't know how many of you use Amazon Prime, and it's none of my fucking business. So I'm not going to put that restriction on you guys. That's dumb. When it came out, there wasn't that big of a library, and they were like, I'm going to take shit off everyone likes like Netflix did. Well, I mean, they're constantly changing their stuff, and that's okay. That doesn't bother me, but it's just like, the whole business model of that was really fucking stupid. Really stupid. It didn't bring anybody in. Like, I mean, I'm going to be completely honest, right? If everybody in here had $120 and it was either give me the money or have you all subscribe to Amazon Prime so that maybe once a week for a couple hours we could all watch a movie, I'd rather just have you give me the fucking money. In all fairness, I would rather just have you give me the money. Because is there cool stuff? Can it be made entertaining with commentary? Yes. But if you weren't planning on watching Amazon Prime to begin with, why would you spend $120 on something you're almost never going to use unless it's here in Twitch? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, free shipping. I mean, it's like at least, and I'm not even like, the sad part is I'm not even memeing, right? Like $120 per person with as many people as there are on this channel right now. If everybody gave me $120, do you know how much cool and dumb shit I could do with almost $1,200? And that's active people. That's not counting the people that are lurking, right? Like cool, fun new games I could do stupid, ridiculous shit with. Or upgrade stuff and do even more cool, ridiculous, dumb shit that everybody laughs at and we have a good time with and everything like that versus 2 hours every Monday night watching a fucking movie that most people might not even care about. Yeah, I'd absolutely rather have you just give me the money. Like, still charges you the student price you graduate. Hey, don't tell them. Don't let them know. But it's just like, it's so dumb.
Keep left. Keep left.
Oh God, who died? What in the fuck? Jesus. Dude. You almost just got turned into a shish kebab. That was the learning curve of Prime, though. How far can they make people pay for the service? Yeah. It's just like... You're not going to get anybody if you can't give anything exclusive to people, you know? Yeah, this is some rough traffic. Hey, there's Sober. Sober, I have something that I need to tell you. And it is very, very important. Like, extremely important. Uber important, one might say. It is currently 12:12 a.m. for me. In possibly 10 to 11 hours from now. Okay? Possibly 10 to 11 hours from now, there may be a return. Let me double check. Yeah, possibly 10 to 11 hours from now, there may be a return of somebody that we've missed for 2 years. Yep. Now, again, that's only a maybe. Not Daddy Long. No, Milty. Milton T. Pike 1. He said this a couple of days ago. He's thinking either the 28th or... Is it the 28th today? I can't remember. Hang on. Yeah, either the 28th or possibly the 30th. But either way, this week is looking pretty good for it. So keep your notifications on, because Daddy Milty might be coming back. I'll be asleep when he goes live, I think. I'm hitting the hay at 3 p.m. Got to be up tomorrow for a trip, alas. Aw. What the fuck is this? Why are we at a standstill? Alright. Fuck this. Oh, and I booked a passage on a steamship for the day. Nice, actually. Fuck you, car. You cut me off anyway. No, it looks like an accident. Oof. Well, that doesn't look fun. There we go. Get fucked, traffic. I got shit to do. Like how the cops don't give a shit, right? Hey, you know, you just drive by like you own the place and nobody says shit. That's all you gotta do sometimes. Beat his dumb fuckhead in. See, look at that. Traffic's moving again. You're welcome. Okay, there we go. Nice. Okay. Here, give me 1 second. I gotta get some new music going. What is this one? No. Sure. Go with this one. Why not? I often trundle past a horrific accident and the cops are like, yeah.
Keep left.
Yeah, no, I wish Amazon Prime, not Amazon Prime, but the watch parties. I really, really wish that those had not sucked like they did. This is not fair. It's just not fair to you guys. Someone made a Mad Max mod pack? Oh my god. And vehicles? Oh Jesus. Month would not work for a watch party? Back when they first started it out, you were automatically charged $120 up front for the year when watch parties first started out. Now, I'm sure that you can switch it over to monthly now, yes, but at the very least, either way, you had to be a Prime member. which is just stupid either way. It's just incredibly stupid. Like, let me put it this way, right? Even if it's only, say, $20 a month. Right? There are people in this chat, and I'm not calling anybody out or anything like that, because I know the type of economy the world is in right now. But let's face it, there are a lot of people who are going through hardships where, even if they want to, subscribing is tough. It just is, right? Subscribing's not easy sometimes. $5 a month, like $5 is $5. $5 can get you a fucking meal. You know what I mean? So I get it. Now you're asking somebody to pay $23 a month for like once or twice a week, maybe a couple hours, once or twice a week to watch a movie with a couple of people and somebody else who's supposed to be entertaining throughout the whole thing. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense. You're not getting any business doing it. Because if you were going to do the watch parties to begin with, you'd already have Prime and be watching stuff like that by yourself. It didn't bring in any business that I know of. Maybe like a very small percent, but wasn't anything to brag about. It just sucked. Like, I could sit there. Here's an incentive that I think everybody could wrap their head around. Okay? That I think may be fair. Okay? Watch parties, right? If you don't have Prime, you don't have Amazon Prime, like the streamer has to. But if you don't have Amazon Prime, you can watch up to 10 movies free on your Twitch account through a watch party. And then you would have to make sure that you paid for Prime. That would make sense. That would be an incentive. $10 movies a month or like a year? Do it for like a year. Actually, no, do it like every 6 months. Right? Give people an incentive to actually say, like, purchase Prime. Hey, look at all these cool movies. Right? Look at all these cool movies that you can get on Amazon Prime, right? You got 10 of them. Every 6 months, you got 10 of them that you can watch in terms of not having a Prime subscription, right? During a watch party. So let's say you don't have Amazon Prime and I want to do a watch party. Okay, fine. This thing pops up immediately for your account on the screen. Says, hey, you don't have Amazon Prime, but you get to watch up to 10 free movies before having to subscribe for Prime. Please consider subscribing to Amazon Prime. Now you have an incentive if the movies that you see are good and you are having fun.
Turn right.
You see what I mean?
Keep right. Keep right. Then exit right. Exit right.
Would I consider those movies having ads in them? I think the way that it went for watch parties, if I remember correctly, and I could very well be wrong, is for watch parties, and I think this is where shit got a little muddled. There shouldn't have been ads associated with them. So if you were in the watch party category, there would be no ads. That's another possibility, but that's not one some people like. Correct. Because the issue is more so, are people getting what... I think I used Watch Party once. I do not recall ads. Yeah, I don't think there were any ads for it. But it's like, hey, here's a perfect ad for Amazon Prime. You get to not only watch movies on your own, but you also get to watch movies with your favorite streamer, and you can hang out with all your friends, and it's ad-free. But they don't want to do that. Instead, all it is, hey, you got Amazon Prime? Great. You get one free subscription to your favorite streamer a month. Not even. You get one free subscription that you can use on the streamer of your choice a month. So, because you spend anywhere between $23 to $120, you get a free $5 or $6 now. $7 in some areas. That doesn't make any sense. That kind of sucks, doesn't it?
Go straight.
The whole thing just... it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. And I get it.
Turn left.
Twitch wants to make money. Amazon wants to make money. Understood. Completely understood. But you're not making shit if you keep fucking people over. That's just how this works. If people don't feel that their money or their time is being respected, then they're not going to pay for it. That's how it works. Nope. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, but that's digital content that you still have to rent, right? Or buy. So you're not actually saving much. Which really sucks. Oh, fuck this. You're not actually saving much of anything, right? That's kind of the problem. Is it's like, oh, you get to save like $1. Like, let's say you want to rent a thing for like 2 days. You get to save $1. Right? Or, hey, you know, if you spend this much, we'll give you, you know, like a credit towards buying a digital thing. Okay, well, what digital things do they have? Well, you can sometimes buy some decent games, right? You can buy movies. Okay, well, what else? Well, I mean, that's it. But you also have to be, like, constantly buying shit. You know what I mean? It's like, Like, I use Amazon whenever I can to buy stuff. Absolutely. Why? Because there's no Micro Center around me. I'd have to travel like 15 hours to go to Micro Center. Right? So I buy stuff either from Micro Center direct or I buy stuff from Amazon. Depends on what the prices are. But if I'm not buying shit constantly, then those credits don't mean anything. You know, and it's like, that's stupid. To me, that's really stupid. That's the kind of crap that drives me nuts. You know what I mean?
Get on with it.
Me personally, I just really hate seeing people getting fucked over. I understand companies need to make money. I completely get it. Trust me, I get it. But even when,
Go straight.
yesterday, right? Spectre asked me, well, what do I think of Alien Romulus? I'm gonna be honest. Right? Why? Because I don't think it's fair that you guys go out and spend, say, anywhere between $20 to $50 to sit in a
Ready to turn left.
to sit in a shitty movie theater that has shitty sound and the upkeep is horrible, just so you can watch a movie that at best is a 6.5 to a 7 out of 10. It's not even one of the greatest movies that you can get this year, and they expect you to go out and piss away your money?
Get ready to turn left.
Like, that doesn't make sense.
Turn left, and then turn left.
Why would you do that? You know? Watch it one way or another. Yeah. But again, it's like, hey, if you know somebody, right, who has already seen the movie, and you trust their word to an extent, right? Is it good? Is it not good? So on. Okay. Cool. You're more likely to want to, go and see it in the movie theaters or whatever if somebody advertises it by word of mouth. Right?
You've got the contract. Now go.
Unlimited films, $20. Jesus. How far the movie, the theater industry has fallen. I mean, $20 is a really good deal for normal everyday people. That's a damn good deal. Absolutely. But Jesus. I remember when going to the movies used to be an event.
Never mind. I'll find a new route. Get ready to turn right.
Like something everybody wanted to do. Hey, what are you doing this weekend? Oh, I'm going to the movies on Friday, right? There's nothing like that now.
Go straight.
Absolutely nothing like that anymore. And it's sad. It's really sad, actually.
Turn right.
Oh, I mean, $20 is a steal here, too. Absolutely. I remember when I was in my mid to late teens. Okay? Mid to late teens. You know what I was doing every Thursday and Friday and Saturday night? I was literally going to the movie theaters. No bullshit. I was going to the movie theaters as often as I could. During the summer, you know what I was doing? I was either working, or I was going to the movie theaters, or I was going to the beach. That's what I was doing. because it was cheap, it was fun, you got to hang out, it was a cool place, it wasn't hot as fuck.
Right on time.
You know what I mean? Like, it was great. It was a great time. We got to see some really cool stuff, have some fun.
Let's go.
It was awesome. Can't do that now. Not like that. Not anymore. Single ticket to see the one film. They get the free movies they wouldn't normally pay to see. The main benefit for the theater is multiple visits for food and bringing people. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest, right? Even when I was a teen, okay? Even when I was a teen, like, and this is nothing new, by the way. People did this way before I was a thought in anybody's ball sack, okay? I mean, shit, we'd sneak food in. You know why? Because at 7-Eleven, it costs $1.20 to get a thing of Sprite, or to get a thing of Coke, or to get a Pepsi, or a Mountain Dew, versus it costing $5 for not even the same size soda that you'd get at a theater.
Time to get the job done.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. I'll just muscle it. I don't care. I will make it. Had an idea to sneak into a theater without getting caught. Their idea was to go into the elevator and come back in and come in the back way. I said, let's buy tickets first, then try and sneak in. Then try the sneak in way. Sure enough, someone stopped us and checked us for tickets. Yep. Oh, we're gonna do this again. Okay. That's fine. Even though technically I'm not stuck on anything. And there's plenty of room. They're gonna make me do it the dumb way. I've never actually snuck into a movie theater. We didn't like a movie, we'd sneak into a different room to watch something. Now that I've done. That I have done. 15 to 20 years ago, yeah. Yeah. The movies was always an event. Always. Even if the movie sucked, going with your friends was one of the best times. Right? Even if the movie wasn't good, it was one of the best times. It was so much fun. And you enjoyed it. Is it a movie you'd watch again? Probably not, but it was still fun. It was all, or like, you'd have those big blockbuster movies, right? You'd have Aliens, you'd have like Terminator, Terminator 2, you'd have Independence Day, you know, you'd have like all these massive movies, Volcano, Dante's Peak, right? These massive summer blockbusters and all that, and it was great. Spending hours at the mall, playing games, eating food, walking around, see a movie, yeah. 100%, it was fantastic. There is nothing like that today. Absolutely nothing. There we go. Got it. I used to be a huge mall rat when I was a kid. Nowadays, most kids don't even know what a mall is. Sort of crazy? Yeah.
Get ready to turn left.
I mean, there's shit, like, there's shit that I think about every once in a while, and I'm like, fuck, man, like...
Turn left.
What happened? Like, what exactly happened, right? Like, when I was a kid, and I know I'm literally the old man shouting at clouds now, but, like, when I was a kid, right, you want to know what some of the most, what some of the biggest toys out there were for boys? No bullshit. Some of the biggest toys on the market for boys when I was a kid, when I was like 7, 8 years old, were Terminator, RoboCop, Aliens,
Go straight.
G.I. Joe, Micro Machine. Like we could get like Micro Machine like jet fighters and helicopters and literally like fucking, you know, like military equipment and tanks and like all this stuff, right? So much fun. Nowadays, good luck trying to find any of that. Good luck trying to find any of it and it not costing you like fucking $800. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And I used to have all the Terminator, all the RoboCop, all the Aliens stuff, all the Micro Machines. Used to have all of it. Steel Voltron, yep. I mean, hell, even the 90s stuff was more durable than the shit today. I used to have all my Power Rangers stuff. That shit, it was like, oh, okay, the leg came off. What do? You just snap it right the fuck back in. Who cares? Right? Shit was made to last. It was durable. It's like, you don't have that shit today.
Go straight.
It really sucks, you know? Had a lot of the G.I. Joe, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Star Wars, Transformers. Batman was another huge one, right? The Batman the Animated Series stuff, that was always huge. I had the Batmobile. I had like 3 Batmobiles. I had all the different Batmen. I had like all. It was great.
Get ready to turn right.
Yeah, the Lego sets were actually like not too terrible. It might cost you like $20 or $30 for a Lego set, but it was like, you know, the Lego set could very well be like fucking 2,000-3,000 pieces, or you could get the bucket of Legos that might cost you like $10-15. Was fantastic. Like it just sucks because it's like that's how I grew up, right? And I loved growing up in the late 80s and 90s. It was such a great time, such a great fucking time. I loved it. Or like, hell, even the adult jokes, right? The adult themed jokes that you would get in kids cartoons, like Animaniacs, right? There are so many one-liners in Animaniacs that kids my age, like the kids that were my age at the time, never understood, but the parents appreciated the shit out of it. Now, you have Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs, who's never allowed on Sesame Street again. One of the nicest guys in the world, but because he said something that meant absolutely nothing to kids, he's never been welcomed back to Sesame Street ever again. I think either Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings is where the first movie theme sets. Probably.
Keep left.
Like, imagine this, right? And this is where, like, I think there's a massive, massive disconnect. I remember being 11, probably 11, maybe 12.
Keep left.
In the 4th grade, watching, or not watching, but in the 4th grade reading, because we always had reading time, right? There was always like an hour and a half or 2 hours of reading time, like every single day. I read the Jurassic Park book. I read, Megalodon. I read Sphere. I read Timeline. I read Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. I read a lot of different Star Trek books. I read like all these things, right? Today, that would be considered basically heresy and way over fucking kids' heads. Like, no bullshit. We used to have this thing in the 2nd grade, okay, where you would have say like a 5th grader, you'd have like a 5th grade buddy. That's what they called them. You'd have a 5th grade buddy, and the buddy would come down from their class, and they would, you know, hang out, but they'd read a book with you, right? My 5th grade buddy and I, no bullshit, you know what we read? Dune. I was 10, and my 5th grade buddy was reading Dune to me. Last time I checked, you can't even get you can't even get to read the book Dune in high school.
Keep left.
Think about that. Like, when I got into high school, right? I think it was my junior year, and there was a teacher that I loved. She was awesome, right? Because she was like, hey, guys, pick a book.
Keep left.
Read it. But, you know, say like a month or two down the road, there was a book report that you'd have to do, right? Okay, cool. And what we'd do is we'd go around, because it was a small class, it was like 13 or 14 of us, right? And we'd have like maybe a couple of minutes here and there to talk about what was going on in our book, to get like other kids interested in maybe other books that, you know, they were reading and stuff like that. Okay, gotcha.
Keep left.
There was, at one point, there were like a couple of books that she had to make us read for the syllabus. And I asked her, I said, hey, I've got an idea, but I don't know if it's something that you can do. And she goes, well, what's that? And I said, could we read, like, Dune? And she's like, oh, God. She's like, you know what? She's like, honestly, I really wish we could read Dune. She goes, but there's with the way that the syllabus is, there's just literally not enough time. She goes, I can make an entire class about the book Dune, but there's just not enough time in the school year for it to be made, and I don't think, I don't think the school board would actually let me do it. This is the same teacher who my senior year, and again, loved her. She was so fucking cool. My senior year, I had a, they actually had a really cool literature class. Really cool literature class, which I fucking loved. And it was a very hoity-toity title, but that's because it had to be. But essentially what it was researching comic books. And taking the types of heroes, the types of superheroes that you would find in comic books, and relating them to, like, say, different narrative tropes in fiction. And at the end of the semester, because I only had her for one semester, sadly, in my senior year, the end of the semester, you know what we got to do? We got to make our own fucking comic books. Our own hero, whatever. Didn't matter what the subject matter was, right? Because here we are, we're young adults, we're going to college next year, right? She just wanted us to get this stuff down. Here's the type of literary trope. Here's the type of whatever, right? Here's the type of hero, or, you know, and put it into some kind of format where it was engaging to the readers. And we, like, she actually had a, I can't remember the person's name, but they were like a comic book artist that grew up in the local area that came in and actually, like, because this was like a project for, like, the end of the semester for us, and he would, like, sit down with us, he'd get the ideas, and he'd storyboard stuff, and then, like, he'd sketch out the stuff on actual storyboard paper. And then he'd literally do everything and, like, just, you know, give it maybe, like, a little bit of color here and there. He wouldn't go, like, heavy and ink it and have it be professional. But, I mean, he'd go to the point where it'd be like, okay, there's enough color so you understand what's going on, and it's sketched well enough to the point where, you know, it looks semi-professional, and he'd bind it. So, literally, honest to God, by the end of the semester, we all had our own comic books that we made. How cool is that? You will literally never get that again. Even where I grew up, you'll never get that again. That's really sad. Remember we watched a movie about how bad it was in Afghanistan? It's called Kite Runner. Oh, I remember Kite Runner. But it was like, there was all sorts of cool shit like that. And it's like, it's gone now. Like, I think the creative process for teaching is sadly pretty much done. There was some really, really, really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. There was a class that I had, and I can't remember what the class was called, but it was a combination of literature and social studies, right? And basically the entire point, because it was two teachers teaching the class, and it was a double class, right? So you had double the amount of students. So instead of like 20 or 23, you might have like almost 50, right? But it lasted an entire year. And what they would do is one teacher would go, okay, we're going to read this book. And say Monday, you'd read that book and you'd talk about the chapters, but you'd read it together with that lit teacher. And then the next day, you'd have the social studies teacher who would be teaching you about the time that this book takes place in. Right? So you'd be able to see the socioeconomic stuff that was going on. You'd be able to see what was going on in history at the same time. And you could immerse yourself more in the world that book takes place in. Really, really well done. You know what books we read? 1984, Metropolis, Animal Farm. This was my junior year. It was so fucking cool. It was so cool. Catch-22 was another one that we read. It was great. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome time. I had some amazing, amazing teachers. But as far as I know, they're all, as much as I hate to put it this way, they're either all retired or dead now. And I seriously don't think you get anything that creative with teachers nowadays, sadly. Because it's all, like you said, mandated education, right? They're trying to get you to be educated enough to be able to pass a test. They're not actually educating you to inspire you or to help you be creative anymore, which is really sad. Wouldn't be surprised if people came out more illiterate after we ended studying, if anything. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's literally just pass this test, and that's all we give a shit about. Not that the teachers don't want to do creative stuff, but more so because that's all they're allowed to do. Or that's all that they have time for during the semester or during the year. Which is really sad. Really, really sad. But they call it progress. Gave up caring in all honesty? No, I mean, I don't blame you. It's just like thinking back, I'm like, man, you know, like, I know a lot of people get, like, there's the meme that public education is shit nowadays. And it, I mean, like, I think everybody grew up with that meme, right? But, like, I look back and I'm like, you know, I actually had, like, a really kick-ass fucking education. I did. It was actually really badass. So yeah, I don't know. It's like, I miss that. There are days where I look back and I'm like, God damn, you know, I really miss those days. Those were so much fun. They were a lot of fun. Just people killing people over nothing, usually. Yeah, sadly. But see, like, I'll put it into a video game. I'll put it into a video game example, right? What I think is really, really funny is even today, there are still people making videos on YouTube about how prophetic that speech in Metal Gear Solid 2 was. I grew up having played Metal Gear Solid 2 in 2001, at that point going, this is exactly how it's going to go. This is incredibly prophetic. And people are still, like younger generations, are still insanely shocked by how prophetic it actually was. And I'm sitting here going, yeah, I've been saying it the whole fucking time. But somehow they're still all completely shocked, and it's like, well, if you knew anything, you wouldn't be all that shocked. You know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. 100%. They can absolutely be prophetic, and in a lot of instances they were. In a lot of instances they were. Wholeheartedly. Now, it might be focusing on dumber shit or making something more hyperbolic. But yeah, absolutely. Because they know social commentary. Yep. And not only did they know social commentary, they knew how to take social commentary and actually, like, make it something that kids could get. Which is huge. Right? Nowadays, you don't have that. No fucking way you have that. Give the kids AIDS. Yep. I just find it, like, incredibly, incredibly sad.
Slow down. Go straight. Go straight.
Did he party thing before we knew of his other things? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're going too fast.
But it's like they don't have that shit today, right? They don't. Or like the joke in the South Park movie, Chef, where can I find the clitoris? Well, you see, children, the clitoris is, and then they literally stop it right before Chef was ever able to, like, explain what the clitoris is. They don't have that shit today, but that was hilarious back in the day.
so strict. How many times
Besides the
do I
cock
have
and they're
to tell
doing
you to
complex
slow
math
down?
equations and not actually explaining what sex even is and why that even matters. Yes! Absolutely. Yeah.
You're going to hit something.
And it was just fucking funny as hell. It really was. I miss that stuff. I really do. It, like... You can't get away with that shit today. No way in hell. No way in hell. I miss that stuff. Like, it was just such a great time.
Do you even listen to me? Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
God damn, I miss those days. I really do. What do you mean crash vehicle offense? Who did I crash into? Literally nobody. What the fuck? Oh, now we're up to 45. Okay. Now 55. You have road rage issues, Madge. Hey, you know. Honestly, I really don't. It's just like... all of a sudden, oh, hey, look, you crashed into a car. Show me where, please, so that I don't do it again. Oh, wait, that's right, you can't. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Your internet's being a dick? That's not good. We're gonna finish up this trip and then we're gonna call it tonight. I mean, we still got a little bit of time, but yeah. Because I got to, only on this one laptop. That is weird. Can I go to Nipton? I don't know what that means. But yeah, I got shit to do tomorrow, and I got to get everything ready tomorrow for the Horus Heresy. Holy shit. Called Good Springs. I have no idea. I don't even know where I am currently. Clark County, Good Springs. Let me ask you something. Where in Nevada is it? Oh shit, I'm in the middle of fucking California. Where in Nevada is it? Do you know? West? We've got Carson City, we got Reno, Winnemucca, something here, I don't know what. I've never stopped there. We got Tonopah. Again, something here probably. I have no clue. Something right over here. We got Vegas down here. Reno is too far northwest. So what, would it be like Tonopah area? Somewhere around there maybe? Or maybe down closer to Vegas? I-15. We got Prim. Prim is I-15. That goes through Vegas. And then we got the 515 that goes west. South of Vegas, apparently. So it'd probably be like Prim area, something along those lines, I would assume. So it looks like closest I can get is Prim. West of Jean? You gotta remember, some of these names are made up, though. West of Jean? Yeah, there's Prim. That's it. There's Prim. I mean, you also have to remember, we're only doing, like, major highways and stuff in this game. So, I mean, it very well could be that Gene is, like, right in this area, and I'm not, you know? They didn't put... It's not the apocalypse. It's like in the middle of I-15. Yeah, that's Prim. That's all we got is Prim, sadly. Actually, wait, how far? Oh, I might hit 17. That'd be cool. I'd love to hit 17.
Go straight. going to hit something.
There we go. Where you're 17, when you're 21, you're no fun. Oh, God. Jesus. Somebody made a horrible Dr. Disrespect joke about that. And, like, I kind of felt bad for them because the joke itself was funny. But it was also one of those jokes where you're like, okay, I unfortunately can't have something like people couldn't have something like that in a Twitch chat. It was a funny joke, and even the streamer fucking laughed. But it's like, oof. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those jokes you don't say in public. You know what I mean? And it was, like, clearly shitting on Dr. Disrespect. It wasn't, like, shitting on anybody else. But yeah, it was a joke, and even the streamer, like, chuckled, and he's like, that's funny, but then they were like, no, I can't, like, I'm sorry, but yes, it's funny. No, it's not appropriate. Oh, God. What the fuck is this car doing? No, it was a Madden joke, honestly. It was a Madden joke. I wish I could tell it, but obviously it's inappropriate for Twitch. For sure it's inappropriate. Funny joke, but yeah, inappropriate. Yeah, Madden. Yep. It was like it was a smart, like it was a very smartly crafted joke. Here, hang on. I'll do this. Here. Okay. There, it's in Discord. Yeah. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, the joke is really well crafted, but it's a very, very, very inappropriate joke. Right? It's incredibly inappropriate. Yeah, that's one of those, and it's like, again, when you're caught off guard, like, what are you supposed to do? It does give you a chuckle, yes. Is it appropriate? Fucking absolutely not. You know? Like, what are you supposed to say to that? So, I mean, they did the right thing. They're like, listen, it was funny, it made me chuckle, but I gotta ban you for it.
Keep right, then continue straight.
Well, wait. Guys? Oh.
Go straight.
Okay. We have a friend. All right. I'll take it, I guess. Can I shake him off? There we go. Just had to Taylor Swift him. It's fine. Sitting there like, okay, I know I hit something. I know I hit a car, but I'm not seeing it anymore. Where'd it go? That was funny.
Do I have to tell you to slow down? Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
There we go. So chill after you go offline, or on Sundays I've been firing up animal docs while I drive. Fuck yeah, dude. It is. It's just, it's such a really chill game. Like, we play a lot of games, right? We play a lot of fucking games on this channel. And a lot of them is like shit's blowing up, or shit gets gory, or there's like a lot of like action. Every once in a while though, you just need to chill. Just chillax. You know? And I mean, it can still be stressful. It can still absolutely be stressful, but damn, you know? There we go. Got an hour left. That's not terrible. Not terrible at all. I know I'm getting tired. But there's no way I'm stopping with an hour left. That would be dumb.
Keep left.
Oh, 70.
Keep left.
Oh, didn't catch. Okay. There we go. Now it caught. Yeah, 27 minutes. There's no fucking way I'm stopping to rest. Fuck that noise. Reno is finally discovered. Nice.
Keep right. Turn left.
Oh. Don't get stuck. 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 Please don't get stuck. Ah, whatever. Trailer damage 1%. Who gives a shit?
You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished.
It's not gonna let me from here, is it? Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Fuck it. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Okay. We're okay. Nice. Okay, where do they want it? Of course they want it there. You motherfuckers. There's no way in hell I make this. Absolutely zero. Yeah. Whatever. There's 17. Okay. Go with fragile. Nice. Go back to drive. I'm gonna go to service. Take a look. See what shiny new things I can get. And then it'll be veg. Okay. Service. Repair all. Yep. Nice. Okay. Truck configurator. What do you got? Still don't understand. I still don't understand that whatsoever. Yeah, I still don't get that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, what do we got? Got that, that's fine. That's fine. Oh. Okay, this I have to change. Wrong thing. Here. Yes. Change it to that one. That's a little... Ooh, excuse me. That's a little bit better. Now... Steering wheel's fine. This. Remove it. Thank you. Okay. Much better. So much better. Holy shit. What do I got here? Chrome air filters with lights. Nice. Okay. 18 and then 20, huh? Then 18. Okay. I still don't get this. I mean, okay, 6x4, sure, but still, I don't understand it. I still don't get it. But whatever. Oh. Confirm order. Nice. Let's take a look. Oops. Oh, yeah. That looks a hell of a lot better, actually. Hell yeah. Yeah. I like this sun visor a hell of a lot more, actually. Okay. And this, guys, gals, pals, is where we are going to call it for tonight. But I do want to thank everybody for hanging out. You guys have been awesome. We had Mongo coming in for 22 months. Thank you so much, Mongo. Really appreciate it, buddy. We, in the chat, we had, in the chat here, we had Sober, we had Bloop, we had Sophia, we had Medicine, we had Fafo, we had Pixel Pixie, Spoiled was here earlier, we had Core. We had a lot of awesome people tonight. A lot of awesome people. We had Corgi. Hope you're feeling better, buddy. Yeah, we had a lot of great people. So, thank you so much. Yeah, this is my dream job. This is why I do it all the time, because I love hanging out with you guys and I love having fun. Yeah, so thank you. Even if you are lurking, chatting, throwing bits, donating, subscribing, gifting subs, whatever. It's all really appreciated, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Without you guys, I wouldn't still be here. So thank you. But I'm off for now, and until I see you guys later on today, by the way, today's the 28th sober, don't forget, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. I will be seeing you guys later on. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the love and support. It means the world to me. And yeah, that's it for me. All right, guys. Take care. I'm out. Bye now.